Good afternoon, and welcome to the October 1st, 2024 work session for the Mayor and City Council for the City of Hagerstown. This meeting is now called to order. And first, I have some proclamations. First, we're doing Character Counts Week. And would you join me right up front, Ms. Brooks? All right, Character Counts Week. Okay. It's Character Counts Month and Week. This is the week that we are proclaiming Character Counts. Through Monday, October 14th through October 18th is Character Counts Week, whereas Character Counts Week is celebrated annually the third week of October. It's a time to recognize students who demonstrate good character and make positive choices, to highlight the importance of building strong communities and good character. And whereas Character Count provides a framework of universal values that transcend cultural, religious, political, and socioeconomic values through the 6 pillars of character: trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, and citizenship. And whereas these pillars of character can be learned and modeled by the leaders in our community to improve interactions in our society among citizens of all ages, and in turn fostering a higher quality of life and enhancing the image of our city. And whereas the character of the nation is only as strong as the character of its individual citizens, and the public good is advanced when people are taught that good character counts in personal relationships, in the workplace, school, and throughout our community. Now, therefore, with the support of City Council, I, Takesha Martinez, Mayor of the City of Hagerstown, do hereby proclaim and recognize October 14th through 18th as Character Counts Week, and right now as Character Counts Month, and encourage all citizens, corporate and individual, to model these traits of good character and an ongoing commitment to promote character development and proper behavior throughout our community. Thank you for all the work that you do.
We've been advocates for character counts for over 27 years now in the community. And while a lot of people think that it's all about the students in the school system, and we do have a wonderful partnership with the Washington County Public School System, but it's about the adults modeling the behavior that we expect from the young people, and the leadership in the community modeling what the children are watching us do. So I appreciate the support of the city. Every time I come in, I see the pillars around the wall, and hopefully everybody that comes in this room takes a look and thinks about how important character is and good character choices are. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. You want to say anything? Thank you so much. Domestic violence awareness. And with us we have Kelly Copper, Jennifer McNew, and also Meredith Forensic Nurse Department. They look like they didn't know they were gonna be. I'll make it painless. So this is a proclamation for Domestic Violence Awareness Month, October 2024. Whereas Domestic Violence Awareness Month is intended to draw attention to the fact that domestic violence is widespread and has public health implications for every community member of the City of Hagerstown. And whereas, according to the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, 34.4% of Maryland women and 28.8% of Maryland men experience intimate partner physical violence, intimate partner rape, and other intimate partner stalking. Whereas through prevention, education, and increased awareness, there is compelling evidence that we can be successful in reducing domestic violence in the city of Hagerstown and hold perpetrators who commit acts of violence responsible for their actions, and whereas City of Hagerstown strongly supports the efforts of national, state, and local partners of every citizen to actively engage in public and private efforts, including conversations about what domestic violence is, how to prevent it, how to help survivors connect with services, and how every segment of our society can work together to better address domestic violence. Now, therefore, I, Takesha Martinez, Mayor of the City of Hagerstown, join anti-domestic violence advocates and support service programs in the belief that all community members must be a part of the solution to end domestic violence. Thank you for the work that you do.
Hi, I'm Kelly with CASA, and I just wanted to let everybody know that we are having an awareness walk this month on the 17th of October, beginning at 5:30 at CASA. If anybody in the community would like to join us to walk to recognize Domestic Violence Awareness Month and to celebrate our survivors and just be there for each other. Thank you.
And also, you may notice around the county, there are some restaurants where you will see a place setting of an empty table. It's called the Empty Table Project. And that is to honor victims who did not survive domestic violence, as well as a clothesline project where you will see T-shirts that were made by victims, survivors, and that kind of represents them being able to survive and the words that they want to put out. We have two of them at Meritus, one in the main entrance, one down in Robinwood at our atrium, and then there's one at Thick and Thin as well.
Thank you. Thank you for the work you did. One more. Proclamation for Fire Prevention Month. I'm gonna have Chief, Deputy Chief, and all the other firefighters that you had come here. They should come up here and join you. Oh, Fire Marshal. Oh, there's a, look at that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's right. That's right. If you came in, you might as well come up. Look, everybody try to get in the hallway. All right. They are deep. All right. Proclamation for Fire Prevention Month for October 2024. Whereas the city of Hagerstown is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all who live, work, invest, and visit our great city. And fire is serious public safety concern both locally and nationally. And whereas homes are primary location where people are at greatest risk from fire, and having working smoking alarms in the home reduces the risk of dying in a home fire by more than half, as 3 out of 5 fire deaths occur in homes with either no smoke alarms or no working smoke alarms. And whereas residents should install smoke alarms in every sleeping room, outside each separate sleeping area, and on every level of the home. And residents should ensure their smoke alarms meet the needs of all their family members, including those with sensory and physical disabilities, and test smoke alarms at least once a month. And whereas the 2024 theme is Smoke Alarms, Make Them Work for You, serves to remind us of the importance of having working smoking alarms in the home. The personnel of the Hagerstown Fire Department, career and volunteers, are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home injuries through prevention, engineering, and education. Now, therefore, with the support of the City Council, I, Takesha Martinez, Mayor of the City of Hagerstown, do hereby recognize the month of October 2024 as Fire Prevention Month and urge all residents to be certain their homes have working smoke alarms and to support many public safety activities and efforts to the Hagerstown Fire Department in its community risk reduction campaigns. Thank you guys for your service, and thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you. Well, didn't have anything else to add to that, Ms. Mayor. This is the 99th year that we recognize Fire Prevention Week, Fire Prevention Month. Began in 1925, President Coolidge. He did that in recognition of the Great Chicago Fire, which occurred on October 8th and 9th of 1871. So the week of October 9 is Fire Prevention Week, and we recognize Fire Prevention Month, so thank you.
All right, picture time. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So next up, we have an introduction of Nicole, oh my goodness, Abu Haram Ahmad. With the Washington County Arts Council. Abahu Mada. Uh-oh. Welcome.
Thank you. I want to introduce Nicole. I am wearing my hat as board member of the Washington County Arts Council, and our longtime executive director retired this summer, Mary Ann Burke. She'll actually be in later this month for recognition. This is an opportunity for you to meet our new executive director that we're very excited about, Nicole Abu Hamada, and also with us is our esteemed president, Art Schneider. And so Nicole had some things she wanted to share.
Sure. Am I permitted to speak for just a few minutes?
Absolutely, welcome. This
Thank
is why
you.
you're here.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, esteemed members of the City Council, and distinguished community members. I'm honored to introduce myself as Nicole Abu Hamada, the new Executive Director of the Washington County Arts Council. I am incredibly grateful for this opportunity and truly excited to become a part of this vibrant community and lead our Arts Council towards new horizons. I come to this role as an interdisciplinary artist with over 2 decades of experience, both as a painter and a published poet and SAG-AFTRA performer. I've had the privilege of more recently leading a creative arts program supporting individuals with developmental disabilities, merging therapeutic arts with entrepreneurial initiatives. This diverse background gives me a unique lens to approach the work here. My dedication to the arts and community building runs deep. I've been both an artist and an advocate, and this dual experience, along with my understanding of art as a business, has equipped me to serve our council and community effectively. At the core of my vision is ensuring that the Washington County Arts Council becomes a platform for diverse voices and equitable opportunities. We are committed to making the arts accessible to all, particularly underserved groups. With my background in diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, I believe that when we consciously engage and uplift all members of the community, the arts become a force for connection, understanding, and shared growth. Our council is deeply committed to providing the resources, platforms, and opportunities local artists need to thrive. We aim to empower our artists to showcase their work and grow both creatively and professionally. We are eager to forge new partnerships and strengthen existing ones with schools, businesses, and other organizations to cultivate a vibrant arts culture in Washington County. A key component of our mission is to enhance arts education and outreach. We are already planning ways to engage the youth and ensure that arts education becomes an integral part of the cultural fabric of Washington County. We're working to expand our arts programming, introducing more frequent art workshops, artist demonstrations, sketch nights, open mics, and much more. We'll also launch inclusive exhibitions using found and recycled materials, ensuring that participation is accessible to all, regardless of financial means. Additionally, we plan to spotlight diverse artistic expressions, including calls for work from artists within the disabled community. To support our growth, we'll focus on building sustainable funding sources and strengthening partnerships with local businesses, philanthropists, and cultural organizations. These collaborations are key to the long-term success and impact of our initiatives. Increasing public engagement with the arts is another goal. Through dynamic events, exhibitions, and participation in local festivals, we aim to make the arts an integral and exciting part of community life. Thank you, Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council, and our community for your trust and support. It's an honor to serve in this role. I encourage everyone to join us in this journey. We'll be hosting a town hall meeting for artists and community members soon. Please stay tuned for the announcement, and I invite you to share your feedback and ideas. We're always open to continued discussions with community stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you guys have anything? Go ahead, Councilmember.
Hello. So as Nicole comes on board to take Marianne's place, Marianne did have a seat on our Public Art and Design Committee through the Hagerstown Arts and Entertainment District. So with council's blessing, we would like to place Nicole on that committee in place of Marianne, if you are all okay with that. Fantastic. And then I'll open it up if anyone has questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Alshar was getting ready to say
sorry.
something. So.
So the only thing I'll say is the same thing I've said, I think repeatedly since maybe the first conception of the A&E trail, the cultural trail.
Mhm.
I think that while I love all of the art that comes into the community, I tend to lobby for a facet that I think that we are slowly missing. And I hope that everybody in the arts sort of keeps this in consideration, because I feel like I bring it up, whether it was the project there at Park Circle or the Cultural Trail. I mean, this community is hugely founded on a heavily, oriented downtown manufacturing industry. And, I have a neighbor who's 92, and it's always interesting to talk with him and hear his references to buildings that used to be downtown. I have no idea reference to these names. I have no idea reference to the products that were manufactured at these places. And I always believe that we should exercise at least some return of those things within our art, within our downtown, to show, this is what was made at this building. Much like we did with the Hatters.
Hatters Plaza.
Yeah, like I just feel like that needs to be more incorporated downtown wide, whether it's our trail or other places, because the identity of those buildings is that much cooler when you kind of see what the building was for and not what it is now. So it's just my 2 cents as you continue,
If I could address the council, if you don't mind.
Please.
Look at us now as an entirely regenerated new operation. We have a large number of very new council people on our board now. It's expanded. It's diversified in all kinds of ways. And our mission as the Arts Council is to provide services for all of the entities in the county. We're not a store that you come into. We'll sell you art, of course. It's not really our job. Our job is to promote the arts throughout the city and the county at all levels. If someone, and I just heard a good point there, has the thought that what's something we should do or we'd like to do, we want to hear it. We've got a really aggressive, well-educated, very experienced new executive director. We have to hold her down. She's ready to run. And that's what she's going to do. She's going to run. And so is our institution. We're going to be we're going to provide service to the city and the county. And we want to work with the city where we are, hello, in the center of it, right in the center of it. So sure, it's a great idea.
And we don't want to minimize, though, the importance of the shop. And so we welcome everyone to come out and check out all the wares, the paintings, the jewelry, you name it, that we have at 32 South Potomac Street.
The mayor's been there, by the way. She's done it.
I was getting ready to say, well, welcome, Ms. Abu Hamada.
You got it.
Think about Ramada like the Ramada Inn.
Yes, welcome. I want to say I'm an artist, and I came back to town and started open mic downtown Hagerstown about 14 years ago, and used to bring in poets from all over. Another thing was that whenever I worked at the community center, I taught free writing workshops at a bunch of different community centers. But one of the best relationships I had was with the mayor, Mayor Geisberg at the time. He would always invite us down, and we'd come down to City Hall, and then we'd walk down to the Arts Council for the open house. And so as I'm coming out of this role and jumping back into the arts and into community, I can't wait to work with you.
Thank you, and likewise.
And another thing is we have an amazing poet. Her name is Leah, and she sits right back there. She sits right outside the mayor's office as well. I didn't know that. A lot of times poets, we kind of quiet.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's another one sitting at the table. I won't call him out, but yeah, we're very happy to have you.
Thank you.
You guys have anything else?
You know where our door is.
Thank
We'd like
you
to
so
see
much.
you there.
All right, thank you.
I
Thank
will
you.
say one last thing. One of the things that the city has really taken upon, I give Brittany all the credit, is with the public engagement, is putting information out through, our system, if you will. So I would encourage the Arts Council to make sure that anything and everything that you have funnels through that, so that not only can we be aware of it, but everybody that we communicate with in the city can be aware of it. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have social service agencies discussion. And with us is mayor and council stakeholder discussion. With us, we have Mr. Sean Nicholson from Serenity, Mr. Bill Gertner from Gatekeepers, Kevin Sharp, sorry if I messed that up, Survival Recovery. We have Ms. Eva Kelly from Ladders to Leaders, and then Mr. Kevin Zimmers from Brooks House. Don't everybody jump up here to those nice chairs that are waiting for you at once. Yes, the price is right. Come on down. Everybody to the table, please. To the table.
Are you Sean Nicholson?
Everybody acting shy.
I brought an additional party with me. I don't know if we can squeeze her in, but this is Jessica Jeffrey. She's my wife, but she's also a CPRS and RPS that works at Serenity here in Hagerstown. So
There's a chair right here if you wanted to come up. I also see Keith with us too. Keith, will you come in and join us at the table, or are you? Okay, all right. And if each one of you guys, starting with Mr. Simmers, would just introduce yourself and your program.
Kevin Simmers, I'm founder and director of Brooks House.
I'm Bill Gertner, the Executive Director of Gatekeepers.
I'm Sean Nicholson. I'm the owner and executive director of Serenity Treatment Center. And I'm also the owner and founder of Solid Ground Recovery, which operates sober living homes in Frederick, Maryland.
My name is Jessica Jeffrey. I'm the Director of Peer Services at Serenity Treatment Center.
I'm Eva Kelly, Executive Director / owner of Ladders to Leaders.
Kevin Shore, with Survival Recovery.
So there are 2 microphones in there, and if you guys would just make sure to speak into the microphone and maybe even pass it around if you need to. And what we've done with the other agencies, I don't know if the administrator, you have a different, you weren't here last week, so.
No, it's fine.
What we did with the other agencies that came in, we just kind of let everyone just talk about what it is that you do. I know Gatekeepers has a video to play, but we just start with over here and just tell us what it is that you do, and then afterwards the council will ask some questions.
Survival Recovery is a group of recovery houses. We're a 12-step based structured living environment. We have 5 houses in Hagerstown. We basically have residents that come in from prisons, jails, institutions, rehabs. We like to think we're a stepping stone before someone moves to the next level, whatever they may be. Some people like to get back with their families. Some people like to get their own place. Everybody has a different goal, and we kind of keep track of that on a weekly basis during a house meeting, which is held on Sundays. You know, the structure setup of curfews, meeting expectations, job expectations. Obviously, we monitor UAs throughout the time that they're at the houses. So it's a number of things that are set up to make it a structured living environment.
Can't hear. Could you hear?
Questions?
I think we're gonna let everyone go. We'll let everyone go. Thank you, though.
So at Ladders to Leaders, we have a men's house and a women's house in Hagerstown, and then we have a men's house in Smithsburg. At our houses, we offer sober living. We do not have a set amount of time they can stay there because we believe everybody recovers differently, so we don't want to put a time limit on somebody's recovery and they fail. While at our house, we help them with finding employment, getting set up with different agencies to help them with their recovery journey. We are a 12-step based program. And we do random urinalysis testing. We are zero tolerance. However, what that means is if you mess up, we either give you the option to go to rehab and return, or we find you somewhere else to go, because we want people to know that we're serious about helping you move on in life and not condone in the behaviors that brought you to our house. We also have expanded, so we're doing more in the community. We have a community garden that one of our recovery houses cares for, and then we take the produce and give it out to people in the community. We do community trash cleanup every Thursday. We had a big grant for that. You guys gave us pickers and trash bags. I was able to secure another grant to continue that, and I just picked up trash bags today. And we do community outreach and support. So we do community giveaways where we get an abundant supply of things and we give them out to like local food banks and nonprofit partners, and then we open it up to the community. So we're trying to branch out and give back, and everybody that works in our trash cleanup and the giveaways are people that live in our house managers, board members, staff, myself, or people in recovery.
Sorry, guys. Again, I'm with Serenity Treatment Center. We are an outpatient substance abuse treatment provider here in Hagerstown. We actually also have a location in Frederick. We have been here in Hagerstown for over 8 years, and our location in Frederick over 14. We provide a couple different levels of care that extends from intensive outpatient programming as well as outpatient programming. And we offer a virtual DUI service as well. Something that we have recently been working towards increasing is our peer support services, hence how I came on board. I'm a certified peer recovery specialist as well as a recovery peer supervisor. And part of the incorporation of the peer aspect as well is really hoping to provide an additional level of support to the clients that we support, right? I mean, so that means offering case management. It means helping them with, navigating jobs and employment. It means getting them connected with mental health resources, as well as getting just really on their feet, life skills, right? Identifying what those needs are, anything from identification to assistance with, getting their birth certificate, Social Security, because we deal a lot with individuals that are coming from higher levels of care, from like inpatient treatment, as well as coming out of incarceration as well. So the ultimate goal is how do we reintroduce these individuals into the community and keep them safe and supported, right? And provide accountability and structure, which so often individuals in recovery is truly what we need. We do a lot of work with parole and probation, and communicating with them and working with our clients to, again, whether it can be, advocacy, it's holding them the accountability aspect, and really working to show up for them and provide them additional resources too, again, to try to get them on the right path. But we have clinicians on site, we have programming that works from, we have a morning IOP, we have evening IOP, we have a range of services that are offered. We wanted to be as accessible as we could, so we not only take state insurance, but commercial insurance as well. And we have worked with an array within the community of population, from the homeless population, and then of course too, with those with the commercial and who are employed and have good jobs, right? So we see a wide variety, and our ultimate goal is how can we best assist those individuals with getting on their feet.
Again, my name is Sean Nicholson, and I think that Jess did a good job of explaining the services that we deliver for Serenity. I personally spend a lot of my time and energy just advocating for others. I'm a person in long-term recovery from substance use. If I can stay out of trouble till the 13th, I'll have 9 years clean and sober from all mind-altering substances. I get a lot of fulfillment and purpose from working with individuals that have been justice impacted, going, into the courtroom and trying to help people navigate the process associated with maybe not going to jail because they have an option with treatment, or helping them get out of jail with a plan to land on their feet. And I was appointed by the mayor in Frederick to sit on a reentry coalition that they just established recently. I also am one of the founding board members and still sit on the board of directors for Maryland's only recovery high school, which is called the Phoenix Recovery Academy. Jess has, been a part of the school since the beginning as well. But, that's really kind of our passion and heart, is working with adolescents and trying to help them receive the tools necessary to learn about themselves and learn about recovery, so that they don't have to go through the systems that I myself have went through, and the impact to the family that I put my mother and father through. So I do a lot of that. And then, like I said, we own, we're the largest housing provider, recovery residence provider in the state of Maryland. We have 13 homes, 185 beds that are all MCOR certified and MDRN funded. I've been managing and owning and operating sober homes for 7 years. And that company is called Solid Ground Recovery. And, just like these others that are involved in housing, we're essentially trying to do our best to make individuals be in a position to feel good about themselves, because a lot of us have made bad decisions that have caused us hurt, pain, and consequences. And we want our places to feel like a real home, like warmth and comfort when they come, so that they can actually, build healthy, genuine relationships with individuals. And that's basically our mission and our goal in our organization for housing is really linkage and collaboration. It's like Frederick has a lot of nonprofits that do an amazing job at something, and so we're locked in with MOUs and partnerships with these places so that they can enhance the lives of these people. And of course, we're, holding them accountable and same as these others and their rules and structure and such. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Here you go, sir. This is.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, video. Bill said cue that.
Yeah, you did.
Having worked with so many ex-offenders, I've found that most of them simply don't understand how tough the first few days can be when you come out of prison. Here's what it can look like when you don't have a plan.
Getting released can be one of the happiest moments for some. But that joy can quickly fade when the realities of life in the free world take hold. The reality is that most have great fear about facing the world and failure once again. $50 in cash is what you're handed when you're released. You walk out at 5 p.m. Not much seems different. Hopefully, it's different enough to keep you from a repeat performance. You head toward your aunt's house. It's the address you gave case management. You hope she'll let you stay a few nights. Most of your family and friends rejected you after hearing about your trip to prison. As you walk the streets and ride the bus, you see familiar faces from your past. Drug users, dealers, prostitutes. You are confronted by temptation time and time again. You might even be offered the opportunity to make a deal that will increase your startup funding by at least tenfold. Just sell a little crack. When you arrive at your aunt's house, it's already 7 p.m. Only to find out she will not let you stay the night or any night. She makes you a sandwich and sends you on your way. You throw your laundry bag containing your prison possessions over your shoulder and leave. You look around for a place to sleep for the night. You find some bushes and trees in a nearby park that you think you can crawl into and not be seen by the cops. You're hungry, but money is tight. The dollar menu at McDonald's is your lean cuisine. $45 left. It's summertime, and it won't get too cold at night, and it doesn't look like it's gonna rain. An ambulance siren wakes you up at 5 a.m. It's your first morning out, and time for your first parole visit. You can't be late, or you'll get revoked. You're not familiar with the bus system. It takes you 30 minutes to plan your route. One wrong move will cost you time, money, and maybe your freedom. $4, 5 buses, and 3 hours later, you arrive at the parole office just in time. You anxiously wait for 2 hours before you're called in to see your parole officer. He is straightforward and firm about the rules and expectations he has of you. He also informs you you can write a letter to your judge requesting a waiver of your probation and parole fees. It's past lunchtime by the time you leave parole. You are starving. McDonald's again? $36 left. You use the McDonald's bathroom to clean up a bit. You search the neighborhood for a thrift store. No one will hire you wearing the ill-fitting clothes you wore walking out of prison. You find dress pants, a shirt, a tie, and a pair of shoes at the thrift store for $15. $21 left. You are dedicated enough to find a local unemployment center that offers computers to start your job search. Tomorrow, you will hit the streets and fill out applications after you apply for food stamps. You need to find a place to live. No address equals possible parole violation equals bad. You're hungry, but no dinner tonight. You need to conserve money. You head back to the park for the night. The next day is a total waste. You spend another $4 in bus fares, $17 left, and 12 hours in line at the food stamp office. You walk away empty-handed. If only you would have known to arrive when the line started forming at 4 a.m. You have no food stamps and no job, but you're starving. You pick up a loaf of bread and a jar of peanut butter. $13 left. Morale is taking a nosedive as you head back to the park again. You have one clean set of underwear and socks left. The rejection you receive job searching the next day is brutal. The bus ride costs money and time. $9 left. You find out HR people do not take kindly to felons. One office even had the kindness to escort you out with security guards. You've been out for 4 days. You're not even close to finding a job. Hunger strikes again, and all you can afford is a 99-cent candy bar. $8 left. At the bus stop, on the way back to the park, a former colleague offers you a deal that is hard to refuse. You're an expert at selling dope. Go forward with your $8 or revert to a life of fast money. Which would you choose? Does this situation sound like something you could find yourself in upon release? If so, why? How would you go about avoiding this situation? What planning should this individual have done? Would this person benefit from re-entry planning? Why? Are you taking steps now, aside from this program, to help you in your re-entry? If so, what are you doing? The key takeaway from this story is that the individual did not have a plan. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. It is important to write down your thoughts on the paper you have. This will serve as your guide. You will rely upon this in writing your life plan.
Great introduction, Bill. Thank you.
No, stole the show.
Thank you.
Wow. We did that 2 years ago, based on the workbook that we did. And with that film going into tablets, we're now in 45 states with our Business of Living program. 7,000 inmates around the country has taken the Gatekeepers Business of Living program. We're now in every cell in the state of Maryland with the Business of Living program. We're in the detention center here. And that's really why I'm excited about being here today. First of all, thanks for having us, and thanks for all the work that you've done. Each one of you have come to our Saturday morning citizens meeting, Returning Citizens Club, that we have at the Trinity Lutheran Church. We have 100 people come there every Saturday from different walks of life. Everyone's either recovering addict or an ex-offender or a current offender is hiding. So we've been able to do a lot of work, and especially with the people right here. And out of that comes an awareness that we bring to the city. When I was locked up in Hagerstown for 8.5 years, and when I got out here 12 years ago, last week, it was 12 years I've been here. There was only one reentry program. Now there's a lot of reentry programs, and some of them are right here, and it's just amazing how we all work together, and we're here in one room, and we feel we work for you guys. And a lot of you know that you've been to our club and you've talked with our people, and you see the people there. This man who was in this film is now back in our detention center. We have almost 400 people locked up in our detention center every day. They're our citizens. And when I left the prison and not knowing what to do, and I came here and realized this is a prison-centric town. We have 3 state penitentiaries in the neighborhood. We have a detention center here with 400 people at sometimes. And so there's all kinds of stuff going on, and that's a lot of souls in one little town. And when we go to the library a couple weeks ago, when we go to all our meetings and everyone starts moaning and saying how bad Hagerstown is, I don't think it's bad at all. I think, the poverty comes from not having affordable housing. The people get out of prison. You saw this. That guy is back in our detention center. Most people, and that's $50. If you're locked up in Hagerstown, you get out. There's no $50. So just visualize getting picked up, getting sentenced to 1 to 18 months in our detention center, and you get out after 3 months, 6 months, 18 months. You've been there. They have pretty good programs. They have real good programs, but they don't have enough people running it, and there's too many inmates in there. And so we concentrate on those. Last year, 129 inmates got released from the detention center here and came to Gatekeeper's office. And we have our program is called Basic Needs. And the first thing we give them is, we talk about Maslow's needs. And the first thing that we add to Maslow is a phone. So we can't do anything without a phone. And then we go for, try to help with the rent. And thank God for the people here who have houses that we partner with. And because that temporary house, at least for a month, is so important. But, so why are we here today? I think it's more or less a celebration that we're here. In the old days, you either came to praise Caesar or you came to bury Caesar. So I came here to praise you guys and what you've done for us and what you continue to do. And awareness is the biggest thing. Awareness is just incredible. There's so much people are not aware of what we're doing. And I remember taking trips before Kevin had his house built. We went to a couple basketball games. I was just out of prison, and he was helping me get to meet people and took me down to Baltimore and stuff like that. And I remember his dream and his vision, and he would go down to Harford County and look at some places, and he'd come back and say, that place not good enough. And he kept going all around the place. So having been locked up in your town, I work for you, and we all work for you, and you need to know that. And we'll be at the commissioners on October 15th with the same presentation, because this is not easy. Not easy dealing with people's souls. They're not people, they're souls. And that's one of our major focuses in our book, in this video. And basically what we wake up every day is try to get people to do what they don't want to do in order to be who they want to be. So thanks for having us.
Thank you, Bill.
My name is Kevin Simmers. I'm the founder and director of Brooks House. I don't have the success stories that fellow speakers have here, but we're just trying out at Brooks House. We're a long-term residential facility for women. We also have an outpatient center for men and women. And we think that our social enterprise is what separates us from everybody else. We have a thrift shop, a junk removal business, and a chocolate shop and a coffee shop. So I'm not real sure why we're here, but I show up when I'm called, so I just keep showing up, and hopefully good things are gonna happen. So, Mayor, tell me what you need.
Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for what all of you guys do. I'll let council may have some questions. Who's kicking it off?
Well, I think, Kevin, to address your direct question of why you're here, I mean, I think that it's been made pretty clear, and I guess Peter will probably say it better than I can, which is we received a letter that said if you weren't here, everything that's wrong with Hagerstown would disappear.
If you weren't here providing services, everything would be disappeared? Is that?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah. Well, I would just say this, Kristen, I'm just speaking for myself when I say this, but I've lived here for 60 years, and I've spent my entire adult life, except for the 4 years I was in the military, serving the city of Hagerstown. So I really don't think that I'm part of the problem here. I've always been part of the solution. And even people that have said those things, I think they share the same vision I think we all share the same vision. I think we all want the same things. It's just we differ on how we're going to get there. And we need to find some common ground and work towards that. What I would say is, you know, there's been a lot of money put into this fight, this war on drugs, you know, from the state level, as far as for counseling. It's opened up a lot of funding, fee for service. So there's a lot of people in the business now that have brought a bad name to people who are in the treatment world, no question about it. Just like when I was a police officer, there was a few policemen that brought a bad name to all police. I mean, I think anytime you're in the, anytime you're helping people, there's gonna be sharks in the water. But we're doing what we can. And I would say instead of pointing out the problem, I mean, if you'd be part of the solution, that's what we're looking for. I would like to see some, I know that on a city level, When I was a policeman 25 years ago, all the money was put into enforcement and you couldn't find treatment. That pendulum is now swung and there's a lot of treatment available. And some would argue not much police available. You know, I think that this problem is a three-legged table and we got to address that. We have to have treatment, but we have to have enforcement as well. And the component that I see missing, Kristen, and you may agree with me, is the education. I think that we could do a lot better job funding the schools and having more education about this in the middle schools and high schools as far as what substance abuse can lead to. And I would challenge, and I would challenge our mayor and council. I'm not sure if things have changed since I was here, but there was never much money taken from the general fund put towards this. I don't know that the mayor, I don't know that the city of Hagerstown has ever put money towards treatment or towards the substance use disorder, with the exception of using ARPA funds or something like that. I'm talking out of the general fund for the city of Hagerstown. I've not seen that. And we can talk about solutions all we want and have talk about dreams, but the fact of the matter is, without funding, a dream is just a dream. You gotta be able to afford to turn the lights on in order to make it work. So that's what I would offer, Chris, and I don't think that the people here are gonna be part of the problem. I think that we're all trying to be part of the solution, but if you have advice on how we could be better members of the community and more help to the city of Hagerstown, let us know.
So speaking of funding and, you know, the parties that may be appropriately identified to provide that funding, and I have about 10 questions here, so any of you or all of you can answer. The first is, where are your services generally located? And do you consider yourselves a countywide provider or primarily a city center provider?
So I can say, our services are for recovery houses are in-house, and that is in city limits and in the county. But we also do community outreach, so we try to reach the people that are suffering that we can't house. Because right now, like, we have a waiting list of, 15 people that we would love to have in our house, but we have to have the funding to open up another house. So it's a lot of people that want to get the help and be better people and change. It's just, there's not enough housing for them or opportunity for them. So they resort to what they know, like in the video.
You mean not enough housing for those types of services in the county,
Well,
like as a whole?
yes. And housing in general.
Did you say that? So in regards, because I mean, working with clients every day and identifying their needs, I mean, a big issue we've run into, or I've, seen, is definitely a housing component, right? I mean, again, do a lot of work with the homeless population as well in regards to our clients, and, the wait list to get into public housing or Section E in the housing vouchers, I mean, is astronomical, right? And in terms of, you were even looking at, and I see it all the time, and I really appreciate Bill's video because it's something I see every day, is now even, Medicaid. I mean, in terms of being covered under Medicaid insurance, I mean, the most you can make in a month is $1,600 a month. So you have an individual that comes out of incarceration, they get on Medicaid, they're finally being productive, they get a job, they're doing well, right? Well, they happen to make $1,700 a month, right? Cut off of Medicaid, they now have to get private insurance, which they really can't afford. And then I watch people stop going to, IOP, to their outpatient program, because they can't afford the copay. I watch them then stop taking their mental health medications because they can't afford to get their, pay for their medications to get them out, right? And so then again, here is where the cycle continues, is that, and it's so frustrating seeing it every day and trying to work and help these individuals when it's almost like the system works against them. And, to try to help and navigate these options. I mean, the sober living is a great resource, right? To have that available in the community, the recovery residences. You know, but again, putting somebody on a list for public housing, I mean, there's not, I mean, you're talking hundreds of people on that list, and you're talking months and months and months to waiting to get in somewhere. And and also too, I mean, a big part with a lot of the housing too is that they are certified, so you can get Maryland Recovery Net funding for sober living if a house is MCOR certified through the state, which is a huge resource, which then allows individuals for the first 90 days, if they're under Medicaid, right, to have their housing fees covered through the state funding, which is huge, right? It really helps to put people in a good position. But again, there's not every individual coming out of incarceration has a substance use issue, right? The clients that I work with do, but individuals out in the community, that's not always the case. And then what are we doing with those if they have records? People wanting to give them, you know, putting them into a program or putting them into a house or getting an apartment with a record, right, counts against them as well. And then trying to get a job as a felon counts against them as well. So I see it every day within the community. And I mean, I'm a resident in Frederick County, but I work up here a bulk of my time, and you know, and it breaks my heart. You know, people trying to do right and do better, but yet they're set up when the day they walk out. Like much like, I mean, that video was so accurate to what I see and deal with on a daily basis working with individuals. And it's absolutely frustrating, you know, and it's just what can we put into place? And we do our best, I think, as providers to try to step in and help out. But a lot of times, you know, the community also doesn't see or understand as well as it's, you know, we'll lock them away, or it's, you know, they're just going to continue getting high and look what they're doing on our streets and these people are wandering. No, people are sick and they need help, right? And us in the community are trying to do what we can, but we can only do so much when our options are limited as well. So.
Right on. So to answer your question further, what we do as gatekeepers, we go inside the prisons with our workbook. We do business of living, specifically with Washington County residents. We work very closely with the Department of Corrections, and we emphasize we want to talk with people who are coming back to Hagerstown, Washington County. We have a good rapport with that. So we do the business of living program there. And the gatekeepers, our goal is to catch them at the gate when they come out, and they come right to our office. We do the same thing at our detention center. So far this year, we have picked up 80 people coming out of the detention center who are residents. And they come right to our office, and we start with the program with a phone if they're Washington County residents. So, and we've heard a lot of stuff since I've been in this town that that the Department of Corrections it has Hagerstown as the dumping ground for inmates who will not go back to Baltimore or Prince George's County. That has changed a lot drastically. Every year it gets better and better. And we really help, we're adamant about dealing with people coming back to Washington County to protect our city.
So those comments bring up the two next questions, I guess. And I'll go with the first one, and I guess maybe speaking to Mr. Simmer's comments about, you know, as reentry programs, and I think you said earlier, have increased significantly over the last 10 years. And you made the comment that you know, there's going to be good and bad, you know, because you got all kinds of entities out there that want to start programs, that want to operate programs. And so I think maybe this is a bit part and parcel to the letter we received. Who inspects, like how do you get the operation up and running? Who inspects you? Who monitors, you know, your system dynamics? Is it a state agency? Do you just simply operate, you know, absolutely independently? Who monitors it? Because I'm assuming, you know, you have clients that you know, have to be under the supervision of various state agencies. So I'm just curious how that works.
Like Sean said, all his houses are MCOR certified, so.
And I don't know what that means, I'm sorry.
That means it's state certified, so MCOR comes in and inspects the house, gives you a certification or not.
So how often do they come and inspect and do those
They'll come in-
processes?
They'll come in to get your certification, and they'll come in once a year.
Okay.
So you got two different conversations. You have, treatment and clinical providers that sometimes are associated with housing components or supportive housing that may or may not be an ethical scenario, in my opinion. Depending on the level of care and the accreditation, which of course all clinical services is going to be ran through BHA, Behavioral Health Administration. And you'll also, to be a provider in Maryland, you have to have a outside accreditation from one of 3 nonprofit accrediting organizations that will come in and look at all your policies, procedures, your entire setup, all the way through. And then that accreditation, along with a use and occupancy for the proper use of that, establishment, along with a cooperation letter from the health department or your local BHA, essentially kind of gets you in the position to file for a license for that level of care, if you're talking about clinical services.
A license from who? The county, the state?
The state.
Okay.
Yeah, the state. Department of Health, BHA, yeah. So then if you're talking about housing, recovery residences, MCOR stands for Maryland Certification of Recovery Residences, MCOR. MDRN, which is the funded entity that you can establish after becoming MCOR certified, stands for Maryland Recovery Net, which ultimately allows for you to allows for funding for a resident that, like Jess said, that's coming from typically a bed-to-bed scenario from a higher, they're coming from treatment or they're coming from jail or prison. They don't have any options. They don't have any money. They don't have a job yet. They can file through local BHA, which is State Care Coordination, that's utilized to help them with the application process, and the decision related to whether or not they receive that funding is not on the provider's side, essentially the person who runs the house or owns the house.
Funding from who?
The funding comes through the state. It comes through through Optum, essentially through MDRN, Maryland Recovery Net, which is established funding revenue stream for essentially just that. But when you speak about the inspections and essentially the what it takes to get established, it's not a very technical process. And unfortunately, people, I see a couple things, and I've seen it in many counties, and I sit on several different focus groups and collectives of people that provide this kind of housing all over the state. And you have people that want to do good, that have maybe some family member that they lost due to an overdose, and they want to honor them. So they want to, maybe start a sober house. And you got people who are in recovery and they want to do something good. So they want to start a sober house. And a lot of times there's not real heavy guidance and support and oversight as to how to do that properly. And just because you might be a good person and you want to do good things doesn't mean you know how to run a business. And what happens is this thing is established and then it falls apart quickly because they don't know how to manage people that are coming out of prison and jail and in treatment, because these people are somewhat sick still or somewhat working through their processes of change, and they are on medications that are hard to manage. And it's not just any, it's not a hotel. It's a people that are problematic. Okay. And they can make significant changes in their life and become amazing people. And I, you know, I started in a sober house, and I've seen hundreds of people I could talk about that have went on to college, that are counselors now, that, you know, godchildren I have, people have gotten married, all kinds of great, beautiful things that have come from sober living homes. But, you know, the other piece of it is people started because they feel like there's a bunch of money in it. And maybe they do know how to run a business, but they don't know how to have compassion and decency and integrity and character and take care of people and make decisions that are best for the people that they're serving. They're making decisions of what's best for their bank account. And that can cause a chaotic thing that can cost people their lives, essentially. And those are why people overdose in sober houses, and people, you know, get in more trouble when they're in these environments, because they're not directly providing safe, conducive environments with proper management and employment. Instead of hiring good, safe people, they're keeping that money and not having employees, you know. And so that, and then the third person is somebody who, you know, does it right, you know. And so one thing, and I'll shut up, is that, you know, there are some significant changes that are coming to recovery residents, MCOR, MDRN, MCOR. I spoke with Deputy Secretary Alyssa Lohr. She's essentially, you know, the biggest top dog of BHA, and they've proposed new COMAR regs, which would change some aspects of how things are done, and they've actually changed how essentially they put the applications for MCOR housing now into the licensing department of BHA, where a person would go to get like a license for a treatment facility. They're gonna use MCOR to go through there. So there's gonna be a much more tighter squeeze. So I think there's some things that are about to possibly change with oversight. But what we did in Frederick is it took us about a year, but we walked into and dealt with the alderman, which essentially is the city council, and with the city attorneys and the mayor and the health department, the fire marshal, and all the people that matter. And we developed the MOU, which now is used by several housing providers, but I was the first one to essentially help build it, but I've also engaged in it, which allows the city some, you know, it affords me some opportunity essentially too. But it more or less gives them some abilities to access the homes, to see, transparently see a lot of my information that I send to the state. It's a very well-oiled thing that's worked for the last 2 years, and it's kept the bad players out. There's only 3 people that run sober homes in Frederick, and we don't have any of that. You know, there's things happening, but we don't have any bad players or any kind of chaos or any, you know, I've never had a guy overdose in my sober houses, and I've been doing it for 7 years, and you got 185 people.
Thank you.
Thank you for that brutal honesty.
And also there's another organization that oversees some of us. It's called the National Alliance of Recovery Residents, NAR. And a group of people within Maryland are trying to start an affiliate, and we have bi-weekly meetings. So we would be overseen on a state level and also a national level. So there would be, so MCOR right now, you have to run your house via NAR standards, and NAR standards are always changing, and they're about to change again. And so NAR is going to, if we start this affiliate, it'll crack down even more on recovery houses, because we'll be at a high, held at a higher level.
Question number 3, right?
I mean, I think that probably leads to the next question, which is, and I think you brought up the point a little earlier. It's obvious, you know, your process in which you identify individuals that may be in need of your services. How do the rest of you, I don't know how else to say this, but find your clients? Oh, sorry, I took her question. This is her question.
I would say for us, we partner with gatekeepers. We partner with the detention centers, rehabs. We have an application process and we accept referrals. When we get our applications, we do background checks for different things, and then we make decisions based on bid availabilities.
It sounded like you were looking for a reentry coordinator for the city.
No, I'm just curious how you
I think
find
that's,
different individuals find you.
well, I think that was a great idea that you had.
I think a lot of people have this notion that you're out, you know, going up into Chambersburg and down into Martinsburg and out to Western Maryland and down into Baltimore and sort of finding people and bringing them here and putting them in these houses. And maybe that's, you know, that's sort of like the base bottom rumor that could exist in this community, right? So I'm just curious what the reality is versus that perception.
I think reality is word of mouth, you know, for myself, it didn't start that way. I mean, you know, Heather and I and Gatekeepers was an MCTC we were in MCTC, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, and trying to give people an opportunity that are coming out, anybody that had less than a year left. We set up a table as a resource fair, and we want to give people an opportunity that are interested in coming or already in Hagerstown, coming to Hagerstown, an opportunity for some place to go. So they're not dumped onto the streets if in fact they're coming here. I think we all kind of work together here. I've gotten people from Serenity that are in treatment, Ladders to Leaders, and Kevin and Bill work directly with Bill and Keith, and you know, we are full of resources. There's a ton of things in Hagerstown. If you don't know, we'll find out for you. And Heather is full of resources back here, and she works directly with Gatekeepers and works for Gatekeepers as well. So, you know, we in place of our house meetings on Sunday, we have 10 services come in, sit down with our people, right? There's opportunity. Sometimes they don't know that, but they come in, in place of the house meeting, we have Spherion come in and sit down with us, and they put people to work, and people that are felonies. So that there's so many second chance hiring people, hiring agencies and warehouses in Hagerstown. It's just insane. If you're not working, it's because you don't want to work. It's not because you can't find work. This past Sunday, we had a local bank come in and sit down with our house, in place for our house meeting. You can open an account for $1. A lot of people don't know this. We want to give them opportunity. You don't know what you don't know, so we get them in there. We want to show them opportunity, build a life that they don't even know exists, right? And like Sean said, I'm coming up on 8 years here too, and of being clean and sober, and the stuff that I get to offer is stuff that someone once offered me. You know, she talked at the bank, the local bank. They come in and talked about secure cards, secure loans, accounts they're opening for. It's a second chance bank, and about once a month, a couple times a month, we have guests come in to our houses and speak about opportunities. And we have an open door policy for anybody that we work with. For you guys, you know, there's nothing to hide behind our doors. We have an open door policy. We invite people like you guys to come into our house. We want you to see our house. We want you to see, like Sean said, we provide a safe environment, comfortable environment, so they can focus on where they're going, as opposed to living in a place that's uncomfortable for them.
So I'd like to continue talking about that. You're right, the rumor's partially right. The guy, men and women, mostly men, can get sent to a program here and they don't last. Bang, they're on the street. They're not from here. So what you said, you know, it's partially true. That happens a lot. But you know, people are just sent to houses, recovery programs all over the state. And if they flunk out, there they are. They're not from here. They're, you know, if they're over in West Virginia, same thing happens over there. It's all over the place with the recovery aspect, with the housing. People are just, and they're stuck here with nothing. You know, in the last 2 weeks, we bought one-way tickets and buses for 3 people. Just for what that happens a lot.
Yeah, I definitely, go ahead, Kevin.
I just want to say, Kristen, is there, if we didn't put up recruiting posters in Texas and Tennessee and Kentucky, is there something wrong with that?
Well, let me address that, Kevin, because I want to get back to one of the earlier questions of why are you here? Okay, because we were told that there is a plethora of social service agencies in this community. And I don't think that's just to Hagerstown, but it happened to be told to this mayor and council. And that is the problem. That was the implication in the letter that this mayor and council received. And I think why you are here, why you all are here, and why previously state social services agencies were here, and why the state's attorney was here, and why the circuit court was here, and why law enforcement was here, and why the health department was here, was to educate, that was brought up earlier, to educate not just the 5 members of this council and the mayor, but everybody who's watching at home, to educate on what you do and how you do it and why it works and what the challenges are. That's why you're here. So the answer to your question is, it's certainly, no, it's not a problem to try to help people wherever they are. Okay, but what we're dealing with is that people in positions of authority, quite frankly, are telling us that you're the problem. And we're trying to help our community understand that you're not the problem, that you're part of the solution. That's why you're here.
So what I'd say is, in Brooks House in particular, both of those people out there watching on TV,
You'd be surprised how many the comments like.
we are going to be accepting a girl tomorrow from South Carolina because they're ravaged with flooding right now and their facility's closing down. So we said we would take one of their girls up here to our facility. So we're very proud of that. How they found us, I mean, we've had a lot of notoriety. So I would say that they've learned about us through, we've been on NPR, BBC, Fox News, NBC News, so that's how people find us. I would also say that when people are struggling from substance use disorder, it's common to try to get that person out of their element, out of where they're from. So I have partnerships with places in other states and other jurisdictions where I may send girls from Hager. If a girl comes to me who lives on Downsville Pike who's struggling, we're probably not a good fit for that person to come to us for recovery. So I
Just
make.
to be clear for everybody watching, it's because you're on Downsville Pike.
Correct.
It's in your proximity.
Correct. None of my facilities are in the city. So,
But I meant to say, that's why you singled out
Close to
Downsville
home.
Pike.
correct.
Close to home.
But I don't want someone right outside, someone coming from right outside our facility, coming to our place for help. But I still want to get the person help. So I may call someone on the Eastern Shore. I may call someone in South Carolina now and say, hey, I got a girl that's not a good fit up here, but I'd like to send her to you. I think she needs help. So if we can send people down there to get help and I will take people back, that's a common event at Brooks House. The other thing I would say about, I hear being a nonprofit, we're in the fundraising business, as Bill can tell you, and Eva can tell you. I mean, we rely on philanthropy. And in Brooks House case, 90% of our philanthropy comes from outside the county. So we get funding from 7 different countries around the world have donated to Brooks House, as well as nearly every state in the country. So, and I would also challenge to people who are critics of that, if you live in Hagerstown and you get a serious eye disease, you're probably going to Wilmer Eye Institute, right? You're not in Baltimore City, but you're going down there to a nonprofit to get treated. You get cancer, you're probably going to Hopkins. What if Hopkins had the same thinking as the critics up here, where you should only treat people in your area, you shouldn't bring people from outside your area? Well, if Hopkins felt like that, the only people to be treated there would be people from Baltimore City, Baltimore County.
And I'll add to that thought that I had to say this. This particular group has a multitude of services. I mean, we've heard you all speak about your service, which also means then you have a multitude of sources of people who need your help. The unfortunate part of the implication that was directed squarely on the shoulders of this mayor and council was that they tried to paint, and a lot of people still tried to paint, all of the people who have challenges in their lives, whether they are trying to fix those challenges or whether they're perpetuating those challenges, whatever it is. And it can range from, I'll just kind of go through the table here, from addiction to having been incarcerated to homelessness. You know, we've talked a lot in these last several weeks about homelessness and homeless issues, drug addiction, alcoholism. There's a lot of overlap. We understand.
I would say that there are a lot of duplication of services in Hagerstown, absolutely.
So there's a lot of overlap, but when people of authority paint an entire population with a broad brush and say they are the problem, they are why I don't want to live here, or they are why other people should be in charge, or whatever, okay? That's an unfortunate, probably nefarious implication that's being made. And I think the folks that are just trying to figure out who's telling them the truth are struggling with that. Because most of this information, if you want to call it that, has been pumped out through social media in our community in the last 2 or 3 months. And I don't have to tell you all or anybody else the challenges with social media and, you know, the lack of fullness at best and the lack of truthfulness at worst. So I feel like we are doing a service to our community by helping our citizens understand what programs are here, why these programs are here, why they benefit the city in the long run and in the big picture. That's what I wanted to say about that part.
I was just gonna, Kristen had more questions.
One of the curiosities I have, especially in your services, is, and I think, you know, a little bit, it was a bit of a surprise to me, and maybe it shouldn't be, of the apparent age of the individual in the video. And one of my questions I had written down early on today was just, you know, what is the average age of folks that you see in your service? Or if there's not one, you can say that it's all, you know, but it is there.
In terms of our services, I would say average age is somewhere between mid-20s to mid-40s, I would say is probably about the average age. But, you know, and you were talking to, just to, I mean, throw it out there too, of how we receive like our referrals for individuals coming into services. It's such a wide range and variation from treatment providers that have individuals that are in their centers in another county that are looking to come back home to the area they're from, right? Coming back into their hometown. There's also, I mean, individuals that came to services here for another provider that want to stay locally and continue to be in this area, and they're looking to continue and engage in services. We receive a lot of referrals from parole and probation, from attorneys, other community partners, the health department. I mean, you name it. It really is a community effort. It's not all of these people are being funneled in from other areas, right? A lot of it is trying to do work within the community, and these are people within your town, right? I think something to also, you know, you ask about the age, regardless of age, I mean, you know, and Sean brought up too, like, we both have been a part of Phoenix Recovery Academy, the recovery high school in the county next door, right? I've worked in the substance use and mental health space for 9 years, a bulk of that being in adolescent treatment. And what we see is, I mean, majority of adults, 90% of adults who struggle with substance use disorder started using in their adolescent years, right? And here in Washington County, I've even had multiple providers that reach out about the need for adolescent services, which is very, very few and far between here within your county, right? But what do you think happens for those individuals as adolescents who go on to not be educated or treated? It continues into adulthood, right? So here we are, and I think there's so much focus on that individuals want to blame providers, but here we've dealt with this all throughout the state, because I've been on ROSC, which is Recovery Oriented System of Care organizations across the state, and they dealt with it a lot in Baltimore, where it was this idea of what we call NIMBY. It's not in my backyard, is what it stands for, right? And what I think needs to be made aware is that Hagerstown is not special or unique in the sense that this is an issue across not only the state, but the country. Substance use has skyrocketed. Specific substances such as fentanyl has skyrocketed, and not only in our adults, but also in our adolescents.
Right. I think we were specifically asking about age just to kind of, around some of the questions and concerns that we get from this elected body. Please understand, everyone sitting around the table, that this is not to say you're not doing your job, are you doing your job, how you're doing it. This is to literally ask pointed questions so that the constituents that email us, that stop us on the street, that ask these questions around, why aren't you doing this? Kick them out. Why aren't you? All of those things is to show what resources we have here, how it happens. And, you know, so it's not that this council or this elected body, it doesn't want to see the services. It's not from that point. I think that what Councilmember Alshire was asking is because he's not a part of the day-to-day, where myself, I work a lot with recovery community as well as conflict resolution, right? So I understand the age around the differences in ages. I think his question was specifically because he was surprised of the older gentleman. So he wanted just an average of what age does your agency, around the average does your agency, you know, for those folks that do not have a day-to-day understanding of what it is that you do, which is why these questions and this conversation is happening.
Yeah. And that's right, like I said, I would say that is 25 to like 45 is probably on average. But we, like I said, it has been, I mean, younger and younger individuals are being deemed as needed for services. And even we've had, you know, 69, 70-year-olds in services, right? I mean, it really varies, but I would say a lot of the bulk of the population is that mid-20s to mid-40s.
I mean, outside, my question for you, Kristen, is can the Marion Council, you guys can't do anything about it anyway.
I mean, I don't
Well,
think,
outside of rental registration, what are you gonna do? I mean, if I want to open up a facility for business, and I get all the permits, what could you do to stop that anyway? I mean, if someone's telling you to throw them out of town, I'm not in the city, so, but if somebody's saying, what could you do about it anyway?
I mean, I think I agree with that. I don't.
Yeah.
But I think,
Yeah.
I think for me.
No, I know you do. I'm just saying,
Yeah, it was good to hear more than one of you say that we're missing the boat on our youth.
Yeah.
Service.
I'd like to see more money put in education.
Yeah, I just feel like,
And I would
I've heard
also,
that today.
and Kristen, I would challenge the city and county, you guys need to create some oversight for these houses.
I was getting ready to.
Yes, we have the MCOR certification, we have the CARB certificate, we have the state oversight, but we need local oversight as well.
See, because
No, you go ahead. Now I'm like, Councilman Rishon.
So what happens is, I'm very familiar with the zoning and the land management code and all of the circumstances surrounding what it takes to establish a recovery residence in the city of Hagerstown. And I don't have any homes here in Hagerstown, and I doubt that I ever will. Because there are some hurdles and some barriers that actually could be possibly challenged in a legal sense based on Fair Housing Act and several other things. But the fact is that nothing requires anyone to become MCOR certified. The only people that become MCOR certified are people that are really trying to get MDRN funding. But what happens is that it's really it's kind of a challenge to set up an actual house here in the city of Hagerstown. And what people are doing, they're just setting up houses and they're never getting MCOR certified. So they're not bringing in, they don't need fire documentation. You know, the biggest hurdle for any kind of application associated with the state is fire and safety compliance. And I'm talking about, depending on what you're doing, I've dealt with everything from ADA compliancy and fire suppression and fire alarm panels down to just simple, hardwire smoke detectors with backup batteries and fire extinguishers and evacuation plans and such for sober living homes. But that documentation is usually a challenge, regardless if you're doing the right thing or not. But people are setting up these homes in your city and they are not going for the documentation. They're just putting a bunch of people in there and charging them rent and calling it whatever they want. And people are dying in your houses. And I can tell you, there's a couple of them right now. And if they don't ever go for the certification, nobody knows until the neighbors call and say, hey, there's 12 or 14 people living in this house next to me. What the hell are they doing over there? And that's where there needs to be, a task force or some type of coalition that's put together, that's formed by, health department officials and fire marshal people and, et cetera. And even good providers, that having buy-in from people who are doing it right to help you to understand logistically what is possibly going on and to get the bad guys out, because it affects the people like me if somebody comes in and sets up and starts doing the wrong thing, because then they look at sober living like, look at this mess, look at this craziness, like these people are doing that when we're trying to do it on the highest level in the most safest way possible. So, enforce the in-house inspections and start, there's a lot you can do if they're not doing it the right way.
I appreciated you sharing that you have an MOU with the city of
I'll show
Frederick.
it to you.
And the reason why I appreciate that is because in the work that I do within this county, within other places and spaces within Maryland, I appreciate that relationship between Frederick County and the city of Frederick, as well as all its partners. And that's one thing that I hope that we thrive to get, especially around housing. Like I heard you guys say, affordable housing and the need for housing. I mean, that is a huge thing. That's one of the main issues that whenever I am attempting to help folks within conflict resolution, if they don't have a place to go, it's very hard for them to even, be able to keep up with their mental health or to stay in a sober living house that may have 5 other people that don't have their medicine either, or even in a hotel. I was called throughout the weekend for a hotel within Hagerstown because of conflict around the same things. So I appreciate you with that perspective and being very real and raw with us, because these are the things that needs to happen and we need to talk about at this table. So thank you.
So that leads me into a couple of things I had here that I wanted to mention, and thank you for kind of putting that out there, because that was a big question that I had was, you referred to the MOU that you worked with the city of Frederick. And how, that was gonna be my question. How is that preventing the bad actors? This is gonna sound like a stupid question, but forgive me because I'm not in this world. Can you operate a sober living house without being MCOR certified?
Yes.
Yes.
It's not registered.
Based on state Comar regs and, you know, I think all municipalities are pretty much aligned with them, but you need to have 8 or under persons in that home. And if that's, what you're familiar with as well, what I'm familiar with is that if you have more than 8 people in the home, then it's not necessarily, possibly considered a single-family dwelling, depending on, you know, code and proper use and et cetera. What the MOU did for me in the city is that it allowed for us to allow them to come in and do all these things that they wanted to do, and they wanted to inspect and have the continual inspections and have us provide documentation on a regular basis. When we get recertification for MCOR, we turn in the research so they can see that we're still, and part of our agreement with them was that we would maintain our MCOR certifications. But for that, they gave us the ability to have more than 8 people in the homes. Now, the homes that we have are, some of them are 4,000 square foot in HOA communities. So having 12 or 13 people in the house with 7, 8 bedrooms is not, you know, problematic, and it meets all of the square footage requirements and the bathroom occupancy, and et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, that's, you know, to answer your question is that people want to be able to access MCOR certification. They want to be able to access larger housing or have more people in their housing so that they can, you know, obviously make more money. But the people that are doing the right thing are not interested in people who are doing the wrong thing. So if I know, I'm taking it to the city. You know, it don't matter to me. Like the ultimate impact of what's going to happen, other than the neighbors getting upset and all that stuff, is that people's are vulnerable in that home because they're not being properly managed. They're not being properly linked to programs that are going to help them excel and have an enhanced experience that's going to get them along in their journey and sustain their recovery. They're just in a flop house.
Well, and I appreciate that, and I've had some conversations with some folks here, and those folks in those houses that are not certified and are not doing the right thing, frankly, they're not the folks here at the stable that aren't doing the right thing. They're setting folks up for failure. And then a lot of times that's what our citizenry is seeing. Yes. Is these folks that have tried to do the right thing, tried to get help, whether it be through reentry or from inpatient to outpatient, and then they're set up for failure and where they're coming in. So I appreciate that, and I think maybe you've given us a path forward to try to help with this, because that's absolutely a huge issue.
And I'm gonna share that, last week, there was one of our folks that was from here called me on the phone and was stranded in West Virginia. He had just got released from 21 days of treatment, and had no way to get back to this community. We ended up working out where he got an Uber and got back, but then even when he got back, being able to eat. And so I just wanted to say for the record that we send people out of our community and they get stuck and stranded in different spaces and places that, I mean, he could have, and he was on the phone in tears because he had nowhere to go. He had just been released and no way back into Hagerstown. And so I think that again, we do send people outside of the community because they need a change of scenery, and we do accept people into our community because again, they need to change of scenery. Talk to people from Baltimore City all the time and they're like, whoa, I see horses and trains. I needed that for my treatment. I needed that for my recovery. And so I think that that's important to know, that I don't think that it's a bad thing when we have other folks that are in our community in order to get healed, right? Like, and I don't think that it's a bad thing when we send other folks from our community somewhere else to get healed. I think that the disconnect of everyone being able to work together for public safety and for, just for human rights, like just a person's dignity, I think that we need to do better as a whole, as a society. You guys have any more questions?
I have one more, and I can understand if no one here wants to answer this, but it kind of, in that video that played and then in some comments that I've heard here, when folks are released from either be the detention center or the prisons, are they required to have a reentry plan? And if so, is it okay to just for someone to put an address to someone who may or may not house them when they get out? I mean, how does that, as someone who's not very well versed in that, I don't really understand it. And it sounds like that's an issue, or maybe there's somebody we can talk to or, focus our ire to try to get something better with
The
that.
state has, you have to have a bona fide address for a home plan.
I think that starts with the caseworker. In prison, everybody is assigned a caseworker, and they have to have that home plan upon release. I know we've taken people on home detention, and we have the home, there's several calls that take place. And then we have somebody from the home detention come out and walk our house. They want to know exactly what room they're staying in. We show them the exact room, address of the house, et cetera. They approve it. There's a process there. So I think each individual is different, but that's the home detention release. But I believe in general, somebody being released from, maybe not so much from the detention center, but maybe I think more so from the prison. I get a lot of calls from some people I work with in the prison that they have to have some type of home plan, reentry plan, whether they're wearing an ankle bracelet or not.
Yep. And the reality is you could have a home plan, part of a reentry, a team that goes in to help folks within the state build their plan of what life's gonna look like when they come home, right? You can have a home plan, and then there could be something that happens the moment, which I think was illustrated in that video, where the home plan was for this man to go to his aunt's house, but because of conflict, because of family dynamics, and those again are reasons why we get called, because now this man has been released with a home plan, but now grandma or baby mom or wife is no longer, but that's where his address is to. And so what happens is parole and probation, you got to figure it out. You got to get another, or he goes back, which then adds more strain on the taxpayers' dollars. So just those little things that are big things of conflict. But to answer your question, just from my perspective as a mediator, they could have that address, they could get home, and it could go bad within 2 hours. It could go bad within 5 minutes, where now this person no longer has an address and has to report to parole and probation. And what do you say? I can't stay there. Then you get locked up because now you violated instantly. Or do you try to figure it out?
Mayor, one thing I'd like to follow up on, that the discharge plan from prisons or I think there also needs to be discharge plans from your inpatient facilities here in Hagerstown. You shouldn't be allowed to throw somebody out of treatment and throw them out on the curb. When you drove them up here from Montgomery County, you drove them here from wherever, you should be mandated, you gotta drive those people back home. You can't be kicked out of a nursing home and set at the curb, can you? You gotta take them somewhere, and same at the hospital. You can't set them at the curb. And so often you'll see people, we'll get calls from people that have been put out of inpatient drug treatment facilities where they were just kicked out on the street. That should not be allowed. Now, there's gonna be some people that walk out, and obviously we have no control over that. If they walk out, you have no, but when you're telling somebody, hey, Terry, you're no longer suitable for our level of care, here's your bags, walk home. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, we've driven people back to Chicago. We've driven anywhere they want to go, we drive them to. It's not a big deal.
We do the same thing. If someone is discharged from our program and they don't have no place to go here, we'll take them home. But I'll take them home myself. Like, I'll drive down to Baltimore, I'll drive to Virginia, I'll drive where they need to go. Or we do bus tickets also.
I'm not sure all the places in Hagerstown do that.
No, they don't.
No. No. The ethical thing to do is always make sure that somebody has a plan in place. Like regardless whether they are being administratively discharged from programming or they are completing programming, the ethical right thing to do is to have that plan in place. Like even if somebody in our programming is being referred to a higher level of care, because that's the care that they need, and they refuse that level of care, resources are still provided to them, options. Connecting with an outside provider is always done with multiple options. Direct referrals are made, right, to get a plan in place. The hard part ultimately, though, it is up to the individual to follow through with what that plan is you set, but the ethical thing to do is to always offer and have a secondary plan in place for that individual. It's an ethical responsibility of the provider, in my opinion.
Do you guys know, and maybe this is a question for like our attorneys, but do you know who would we have some way to enforce that? Like who would be the body that could tell an inpatient facility, you must put that in place?
Well, it's not a law now. I mean, they can kick you out the curb. Yeah, my daughter up at the curb.
Yeah, local behavioral health
I feel like
authority.
your comments about the state's, I feel like your comments about the state's approach toward this seems to be moving in that direction. With the certifications, with, you know what I mean, the state.
Well, that's certification for housing.
The housing in a separate scenario. I mean, they are flipping everything upside down, BHA. They put a moratorium on several levels of care for people not to be able to, new providers, applications are not being accepted for 6 months on several levels of care, which is not something that typically has happened in the past. And they're revamping multiple programs. They're restructuring. There's a new carrier that it's a 5-year contract for the state to allocate money to who is now Optum that actually pays providers. There's a new January 1. There's a new carrier for that, and the last carrier has done a terrible job, and so a lot of people looking forward to hopefully that being a better outcome as well. But yeah, I mean, you don't have the handles, you don't have the controls. I mean, I think that from a city level, you have the ability to maybe look at it from the use and occupancy and the permitting and all of that kind of stuff, but your local BHA really can't stop it either. Like if they come together with all the proper documentation, they can submit for the license, and the local BHA can't not agree to cooperate with that individual if they have all their ducks in a row. But I believe that, you could build a task force of caring, compassionate people or officials that are in the space that understand, and they have access to go into these places. And they have access, when there's a critical incident or like something bad happens, they have to report it. When somebody has a, situation, like they can make claims or make reports to BHA, to the LBHA, like Vicky Sterling and all of them. They get the notifications of what is happening. And if they're there looking at trends of like, okay, we've got 5 of these last month all around the same kind of conversation, maybe we need to send the proper people in here to talk, have a visit. But yeah, I mean, accountability is extremely important, but I don't think you can stop stop what's there. I mean, you can't, I don't think you can reverse it. I think you could just work towards doing better with what you got.
Thank you, Sean.
I was gonna say, I mean, you mentioned part of the issue too is like people being put out on the curb or not appropriate, like discharge planning things put in place, but also part of that process is also appropriate screening on the front end. a lot of these providers were bring people into treatment without doing a thorough screening ahead of time. They come into programming and they're like, whoa, 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 they're not appropriate for our care. And then they put them out without connecting them to the appropriate resource. That I think is a more larger issue on the front end. That I have experienced a lot throughout my career in the field is that a lot of these providers are just bringing people in to bring them in to be able to bill insurance, and they're not doing what is necessary on the front end, especially in regards to mental health. They're a substance use provider, people have high acuity mental health, they bring them into services that they can't support, a conflict arises in services, and then they kick them out, right? That's what I think a bulk of the time is what the issue is. So that's also part of it, not just the case management or discharging, it's appropriate screening on the front end.
And I would also say, being able to have the proper funding to pay the proper people to be in position with the folks that are in the homes, because a lot of calls for the sober living houses or within it has to do with the staffing around them.
Correct.
You cannot put someone just fresh out of recovery themselves now over top of someone in a home, and people, it just creates a whole lot of conflict. You're now paying someone minimum wage to kind of oversee, and it just is all bad. It's all bad. A lot of times people don't even have enough professional etiquette to properly speak to folks. And so when you're coming home and you got someone that is in the same space as you, and it turns out all bad. And that's another part of making sure that the organizations or whoever's opening them up have the proper people in position, and the proper degrees, education, and experience in order to provide services. Do you guys have anything else? Well,
No, I just say that I know last year Delegate Grossman and I worked on sober house legislation, I think was very close to what Frederick MOU was, and it never made it out of committee. So I was just on my phone trying to find that legislation, but I think we talked to her tomorrow afternoon, and we'll bring that back up.
well, thank you guys. Thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you.
You got
Thanks
out
for
here
having
so
us.
quick. Next, we have the Community Coalition. We have Paul Fry, a CEO and President of Washington County Chamber of Commerce, and Mr. Jen Kirchhoff, Executive Director of Greater Hagerstown Committee. Hello and welcome.
We'll wait for the
I
folks to
mean-
come back and get a little bio break.
Thank you for your patience. Sure.
Good discussion. Important conversation.
Rainy days.
And tomorrow, I think.
Thursday, sun's coming out, and a nice weekend, all weekend. We got like 4 days, 5 days of sunshine. So everybody will pep up again.
We are not in North Carolina dealing with that.
Yep.
Yeah. See Councilwoman, right? No? No one at the council.
Was Scott at the beach?
Doesn't he look like he was at the beach? Was you at the beach?
Me?
Like last week, or you weren't at the beach? I thought you were.
In Pittsburgh.
Where?
Pittsburgh, which is like the beach.
He's at the river.
Yeah, it's a river.
He had a great game this week. It was a really good one.
No.
Okay, moving
Yeah, we gotta get one more. Here comes Kristen. All right. Make sure he doesn't get stopped. He might need bodyguard. We need one more. Oh, it is you. You're the one more.
Okay.
Thank you. There we go.
Good afternoon. Thanks for visiting with us, Mayor, Council, and Scott. Thanks for working with us in the past for our community coalition. We're in our 20th year, believe it or not, of working together in Annapolis. And the city has had a table at our reception every year. And of course, Jill Thompson sits on a chamber board, so we stay in touch with this issue. And Scott and others have visited with us over the years. We appreciate your support. And I know Jim works closely with Eric, getting the book together every year. So thank you for your support. We wanted to just do a quick recap of the past session this year and then look ahead to 2025 and talk about what the coalition has worked on for its agenda. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jim.
Okay, I know you guys are behind, so I'm going to try to kind of breeze through this, but if anybody has any questions along the way, in your packet, the first section was just the summary that was sent out to everyone last year, that just a summary of what happened at the last session. You could see there, we kind of highlighted the things in green of the ones we felt that were wins. The ones in yellow were kind of partial wins, and the ones in red were items that we really just didn't get the funding we were looking for. A big one last year was I-81. Again, we continue to work on that one last year. Not only did we not get any new funding, but they pulled $6 to $8 million out of our construction budget, which was a frustrating part of that effort. Overall, there's about $1.7 million of funding for projects that were in the coalition's agenda that year. We also had some other items that were successful. For example, we extended the air parts tax exemption that had a sunset where it was going to expire last year, and we got extended for another 5 years, which makes Maryland and Hagerstown's airport more competitive with what's happening all around it, because of Pennsylvania, Delaware, all those airports are tax exempt for aircraft parts. There was also some items on the watch list. These are other things we just keep check of. Again, just protection of gaming revenue and highway user revenue. There was some fear that the highway user revenue was going to get cut altogether, but there was a lot of pushback between all the different parties, not just the municipalities, MML, the counties, MACO, everybody was pushing on that one. So I think overall that one had success. And then you'll see in that list some other projects we just put in there for informational purposes. Those were done separately by other stakeholders in the community, but there was also another probably $1 million or $2 million that came in from other projects. Skipping ahead, just to the draft agenda for this year. Certainly wanted to thank all the partners who've been part of this. We started meeting, actually, we had one meeting in July, and then we met in August, and another time or two in September, just to start brainstorming different ideas for our agenda for 2025. This is going to be a difficult year. Everybody hears about some of the state budgetary issues. Our lobbyists, as well as others, are all saying there's going to be limits on how much they provide and extra capital projects and other operational costs. So it's going to be a tough year. We're going to have to work hard to get what we can get. You'll see some of the items on this sheet are the same as in the past. These are items that we continue to push each year. There's a few new ones. I'll spend most of my time on a couple of the new items. But looking at that list, the way we coded those so far, the green are the one that the partners unanimously voted to support adding to the draft agenda. There's a yellow one, it's just we're waiting for some more information on. And then there's a red item, that is the new Williamsport Library that they felt that's still a project that's ongoing, but they haven't been able to identify a clear site for that yet and do not feel it's going to be ready for any kind of financial request from the state in 2025, maybe next year. Under transportation, the three items that are there were also on the agenda last year. The Route 11 bridge for Williamsport, it's a little bit different, where last year that they had gotten some money for a Pell study, and that study was partially completed, although there was still some questions the town had that they were working through there. They'd like to try to take that to the next step, which is called a NEPA study, which is environmental, design, engineering, things like that. But they still are kind of working on getting us the details on that blue sheet. We should have those for you, hopefully this week. He had said they'd send them here in the next week, or details on that one. I-81, again, that's been an issue that's been on here for all 20 years. Not only last year did we lose construction funding, but we found out here over the summer that the state decided to stall the design of Phase 2 as soon as it hits the semifinal review stage, which is going to come up in December. So they've been working on that design now for about 5 or 6 years. It was getting to the level of finish. The original schedule would have had final design completed in 2025, and then going out for bid sometime in 2026, assuming we could have got our construction funding back. But now it looks like ID1 is going to be delayed at least a year while they, for us to try to find how we're going to replace that design, final design money. So we're going to work to get that back, as well as try to get construction funding for that. I-70 Maryland 65, that is the interchange, the Cloverleaf interchange out there by Route 65. Last phase 1 of that was the bridge replacement, which the state's basically done, and they upgraded that bridge to be a little wider to account for a new design in the Cloverleaf. However, there's no construction or design funding for that in the CTP this year. The CTP is the state's capital budget. So that's another project we had. I did want to highlight there was some discussion that we may want to pull I-70 and I-65 off the list, not because it isn't a priority, but just to keep all the focus on I-81. With the transportation funding the way it is, it doesn't look like there's going to be much chance of getting that one done, and maybe we just hold that off this year and put that on in a future year. We're going to talk about that at next meeting. If anybody has any feedback on that, please let us know. Under community revitalization, there's 2 items. In Williamsport, they want some facility improvements for the current old library building. This isn't about a replacement library. It's more that building's an important part of their park infrastructure down there. So whatever happens with the future library in the Williamsport halfway area, they want to keep that building. It has some, challenges with moisture, as well as roofing, things like that. So they're looking to get some money for that, as well as for their town hall. I mentioned the Williamsport Library, the new one is going to be pulled off probably this year. Smithsburg is a new partner, joined the coalition. It's nice to have them on board. They have some water sewer infrastructure upgrades, involve some pump stations that they want to do to help increase their amount of EDUs that they're allowed, help increase the capacity they have in Smithsburg. There's a variety of different pump stations that they want to do, and there's some details in a blue sheet that you guys should have had a link to if you wanted to see more about that. Under health and public safety, the public safety training building, phase 3, that is the same project was in there last year. Has to do with high elevation training, as well as propane gas tools that the firemen use to put out. The county also talked about a replacement of a circuit court. We had the tragic loss of one of our judges last year. It brought to light a lot of the safety issues and security concerns about our current building, as well as that the workload there is growing, so that needs to be expanded. The timing may be right to try to push the state to help pay for a new circuit court. There is a local part of that that's required, but that was another project that the county added on there. They were the lead agency. The next one is the city public safety complex. That is not to be misconstrued with what the safety project is, the county. This is the relocation of city services like HPD, putting a new building, moving some of the EMS things. You guys certainly know more about that than I do as part of the city, but that is help get funding for that new facility. Scott had mentioned earlier, drug house ordinance legislation. You guys just had some discussion on that. That is not a capital request or a financial request. That is just legislation to help with some regulatory issues. Also, on number 3, the yellow item, Councilman Perini had brought up some issues that was expressed to the council about inadequate staffing at the state's attorney's office to keep up with their workload. We had, typically that is a county-funded position. Any staff in the state's attorney's agency is handled by the county. That goes through their normal budgetary process. But we are trying to identify if there is some state avenues there. I reached out to our lobbyist to look into that, and he's looking at maybe some possible grant things that might have been given out in the past for state's attorney's office, and whether there was any precedence of states funding directly for state's attorney's office. So we're asking for more information on that. Under education over at HCC, the Advanced Technology Center, they have that project in the works. That's an $8.8 million project that is currently on the list of capital projects for community colleges in the state. If that budget is funded properly at the state level, then our project will get funded this year. There is a prioritized list of community college projects all across the state that all the presidents work together to build a list, and then they slowly work their way up as funding comes each year. We're in that stage now where that project could be funded this year if that budget is adequately funded by the governor, so we're looking to push for that. And then under tourism, the last two items, there was two items provided by the CVB. Their number one priority was the new visitor center at the old Antietam Paper Building. That project was also on the coalition's agenda last year. They have about $1 million secured for that so far as for the exhibit portion of that between an ARC grant and some state funding last year. And they're looking for some renovation funding or fit out funding for that project. The last one is a lift on the cap on the Maryland Heritage Area funding. This is a grant program that's funded by the state every year. Hagerstown and other municipalities have all benefited from applying to their grant program. It's brought a good bit of money back into our area. In fact, I think Washington County and our municipalities have probably been pretty competitive at securing those grants. They're looking to try to increase the amount that goes into that grant fund this year because there's more people now that are digging into it. And hopefully if they make the pie bigger, that'll make it easier for us to get some funding for some of those tourism projects in the county. Also, in the watch list, things are very similar to what they've been in past years. A couple new items, state per capita funding for libraries. The library is a partner in the coalition, and they are looking for the state that does a per capita funding formula. That's where all the libraries get some state assistance. They're looking to improve that. We're going to look particularly this year at things like shifting liabilities from state to localities. That's been an issue on the watch list every year, but it's certainly one that comes to light when you have tough budget times for the state. Sometimes they try to fill those holes by passing costs on to the local governments, so we're going to keep an eye out for that. The Train Commission, which is looking at transportation infrastructure, they got restructured last year, but they're going to continue to work and not only look at making recommendations for new transportation funding, but also possibly chime in on how projects are scored. Currently, the funding or the scoring formula for the state tends to be transit centered. Those projects, tend to be favored a little heavier than highway projects, and we want to make sure the rural counties like ours, which do not have the same transit infrastructure as other communities do, don't lose sight. For example, I-81, I think under the old scoring system ranked somewhere around the 26, 28, 30, somewhere in that range. And there was a parking deck down near the MARC station that ranked in the top 5. So that has to do with the current way they score projects, which, can impact whether or not we get funding. Lastly, we'll always look at the annexation tax differential laws between county and municipalities. If anything comes out of that, we'll get alerted by our lobbyists, as well as, what's going to happen with higher education funding. That affects USMH downtown, so we always look at those issues. And then as well as, we believe the Washington County Museum may be looking for funding again this year, and we'll be following that topic as well. Other than that, we'll just continue to work on trying to build our community's brand down in Annapolis, as well as try to get the different legislative leadership and the governor's administration to come into our community, take a look at what's the good things going on. I know the Delegate Grossman was able to help get her committee, Ways and Means, that are coming up here in October to take a look around. That's going to be good for us because they'll get a firsthand view of what's happening downtown. That happens in October, but we always try to, facilitate some of those visits as well. Any questions on that? I know I went quick, but I also saw your timeline tonight.
Thank you. Guys have any questions?
I have, I don't know if they're really questions, and I did read the information you sent out via email on this material previously. The first is your point about the roads, I think, being involved in this process probably as long as you have. I don't recall ever having significant success from the local level at driving the train of state and federal decision-making on our major interstates. So,
I give you one example.
okay,
In particular, back in 2015, through the coalition's efforts, some of the contacts we made, we got some feedback that I-81 wasn't getting mentioned in the back rooms as people were talking about priorities for the state to fund. And we had been asking for that a year, and when transportation officials were in our community, they'd say, hey, we know I-81's a big thing, let's try to support it, but then when it's getting back to Annapolis, it's not coming up in those discussions. I had a person that I met through another venture who sat in those meetings, called me up and said, Jim, hate to tell you this, but ID1's not even getting mentioned down here. You may want to ratchet up the noise. And so I know from our organization in particular, we took out a full page ad in the paper. We highlighted not only that, the history of ID1 and how it's been the #1 priority in our community since early 2000s, yet it still, only has a mile of the 12 miles completed. We highlighted that if the state wants to talk about not having enough funding, why are they not applying for the infra grants? And that we did that probably in the summer. And when the state came down in the fall, we got $5 million of money to do the design of phase 2. We also got them to apply for 3 infra grants since then. So that was a good example of having the connections and the contacts and trying to put the local pressure on the governor and the administration at that time to try to make something happen. So the other thing I would say is we can't walk into a room down there where they all don't say, we got it, I-81 is a big project. Now that was much different than when we first went in down there. When we first went in down there, we had to explain why is 81 important? Because they're looking at congestion from the standpoint of 495 and they're looking at percentages of cars. They have no concept what it's like to have 40% truck traffic on the road. There's no other highway in Maryland that has it, not even I-95 is under 10%. So I'll give you another example. We sat in a meeting with a delegate who was big on the transportation subcommittee. And he's flat out looked at me and said, Jim, you got to know, I'm not a big believer in adding lanes. I don't necessarily believe that helps with congestion. He said what that does is just cause more investment and then there's more congestion. And we broke out the diagram that shows the 3 lanes and how we don't have a dedicated truck lane that could stay away from all the exits coming on I-81. We explained to him that specific item and he said, you know what? Never thought of it that way. That helps explain that. And he's been much more supportive now of I-81. And he's going to be a critical person in leadership that decides not only how the funding takes place, but also he'll be impacting how the scoring system takes place. None of those things wouldn't have happened without I-81. Last year, Scott Hobbs, he is the county's public works engineer, also been heavily involved in this. We sat on a meeting with the chair of the transportation subcommittee for the House. We went over all of the reasoning behind I-81, how it's a safety project. We talked about the Vision Zero plan that the state approved, which says we want 0 fatalities, by 2030. We talked about all those sound bites and how I-81 is being overlooked as a safety priority. It's not about, hey, it's a big part of our economy. We're trying to build it. We're trying to ease congestion, but it's really about saving lives. We lose 2 people a year. When she sat and led the hearing with MDOT about 2 weeks later, John Favazza texted me and said, you got to turn on the hearing. And she was basically quoting Scott almost word for word on some of the sound bites he said about and grilling the MDOT leadership about why was 81 pulled off. So I do believe, I know it's very difficult on that, but I do believe that we wouldn't have had near the success if it wasn't for 20 years of hard work pushing this big rock uphill.
I guess the success has not materialized into any physical, you know what I mean? So for me, like, when we put the sheet together, I feel like you're asking the question of, whether to include or not include. And I guess, the pun intended of rubber meets the road. You know what I mean? I feel like the state and feds have sort of made the decisions they've made on the money they have to make it with, on the roads they decide to make it on, at their pace and speed, over time, regardless of real implementation in the field of those.
I just read an article today that the state, someone did a survey, and that the state taxpayers have said they're more open to being taxed more to pay for roads. And so I think what we're trying to do is position ourselves, when the funding is available, that we're still in line. And our fear, frankly, is out of sight, out of mind, out of sight. And so we want to keep the pressure on. We think it not only helps safety, but also commerce. And when the funding's there, we want to be in line. And the governor will say, and he said to me personally, we're going to get 81 done. Now, I didn't say when, but he said, we want to get it done. So.
So is the plan to take the other ones off the table then?
Well, we want to have that discussion with the group. It was brought up at the end of last night, whether or not I-70, I-65 could get pulled off. I know, one of the friends of mine who actually was Secretary of Transportation after a while, he's retired now, but before he was younger in his office, he mentioned to me, look, Jim, sometimes you guys, if you have a big transportation project, just pick one and push it till it's done, because there's just not enough money to do multiple ones. So pick the one you really want to stand out there and really push it hard. When we were pushing I-81 and I-70, 65, we kind of felt like, well, it took us so long to get I-81, just the first part. We might as well start getting them used to hearing about I-70, I-65, so if we ever get to the point where we could move to that level, we could throw the other one out there. Now we're debating whether or not just to keep one on. By the way, one more example of some of our work is, a couple years ago, Congress passed the infrastructure bill that put a huge amount of money back into the state levels. And, we actually saw that, when we saw that coming, we started preparing why 81 should be part of that list. There was a couple $100 million that they could add new projects in to the CTP out of that pot. We sent, some bullet points to the governor. I know Senator Quarterman also met with the governor a little bit on this, but we tried to highlight, look, this project now is almost shovel ready because it was in, we had been working on the design for 5 years. You could actually get this project started, because when the feds put a lot of money into the system, they want to see return on that investment. They don't want to see projects 5, 6 years down the road. They want to see groundbreakings. And I know for our federal delegation who have supported I-81 since the beginning, they were looking at that as a way for them to check the box to say, hey, we helped you with I-81. Here's this infrastructure bill. Here's the new money for the state. Now you guys just need to help the state with that. We believe that was a big part of why that was added into CTP towards the end of Governor Hogan's administration, because we had that all set up a year prior. That's it. Again, these are hard things. I could tell you, as sitting on that train commission before it got restructured, the people making the decisions are all more around Central Maryland. I think out of 40 people on the train commission, I was the only one west of Frederick on there, and there was a couple from the Eastern Shore and Southern Maryland, but almost 2/3 or 3/4 were all from the Central Maryland area. We got to just keep beating the drum to try to get them to give us our share on that side. I could also go on about transit funding, but where that is. But as drivers, I could just say we are subsidizing transit to the tune of, 90%.
I know. Well, it's about 80-20, but yeah.
So fares, let's look at fares.
So I don't know that I have a preference. I feel like you're asking us that question, And I don't know that I have a preference. I guess for me, I just feel like they're gonna make their decision in their time frame that they wanna make it based on money they have to make it with.
Probably just what we, we like, and, throughout this, and everybody's included on our emails that we get out. The next meeting we do on the 9th, we want to basically say, all right, this is the agenda we all agree on. So as you guys look through this, you got a couple weeks. If you have some questions, feel free to reach out. You were sent an email with a link to a file folder as we get what we call blue sheets, which are 1 or 2 page memos on each item that the partner who submitted it provides for us. We'll put them in the folder. But if you have any questions on any of these or any concerns, please let us know. And then when we go on the 9th, we hope to finalize our agenda so we could start getting to work early. Also, Scott, I'll send you out an email tomorrow, but the governor sent out a press release that talks about how to ask for capital projects and some of the criteria and guidelines they want you to speak to. So I'm going to send that out to all the partners because as you have a capital project, you may want to relook at your blue sheet and how you wrote it and see if there's specific things that the governor's administration is looking for that you want to incorporate into your narrative there to make that more competitive. So I'll send you that, and then hopefully we could, have a little success this year.
I also want to reinforce the reputation we have in Annapolis, the General Assembly, coming out with one voice. We have a very good reputation because we partner with 8 or 10 of our community partners, including the city, the county, HCC, the library, and to the point where I was at a Maryland Chamber Executive meeting last Friday, and one of my colleagues said, hey, can we visit with you to talk about what you all do for your day in Annapolis? Because we're not doing it as a community. And so we have other folks looking to replicate what we do. In our reception, January 22nd, we always invite folks to come. We thank you all for coming in the past. And our request, again, as in years past, is $5,000 as part of the coalition, which helps underwrite us hiring our lobbyist and then the reception and other items that day. So that'd be our request. And as Jim noted, if there's other questions, let us know. I know Scott and Peter attend our meetings on a regular basis, but you're also okay to give us a shout out too.
So I have 2 more items. The second item of the 3 that I had was in relation to the Smithsburg upgrades. And I'm not intimately familiar. I'd just be curious if they're, I know that they had some growth plans in recent years that did not come to fruition. Apparently with some consternation with county decisions on, land use and zoning and things like that. Obviously, when a community grows and can assess fees for utility infrastructure, it has a greater ability to spread that cost across a greater number of customer base. But to that point, and I know we've talked about consolidation in some regard for utility services. I will say the same thing to you that I said to the folks in Smithsburg. I think that there is opportunity there. And I think that at some point we need to have some type of conversation, with the city, expanding its opportunities to be a direct utility provider for other smaller utility operations. Because I think that that would be beneficial directly to the utility customers, that pay almost third party, to these smaller operations.
You talking about sewer and water or just water?
I think both.
Both, okay.
Yeah, I think that there's
Pass it along to Mayor
I think that
Salvers.
there's opportunity for economies of scale, in those systems. I think water most directly because we have a broader reach with that. It's not as secular in its function as sewer, but I just think that we're missing that conversation. And then the third is legislative issues. Obviously, after we received our letter of scolding for all of the faults that exist in the city. And we have spent weeks now, as you sat in the audience here even this evening, meeting with all of the parties that share in that process of, those social impacts that exist in the county, and notably for our conversations in the city. We as a body could probably sit here, and come up with a dozen asks on a legislative level, because we are realizing fairly pointedly that just about all of those points raised within that letter largely fall within the operations and directives and authority and auspices of state agencies. I think I would also recognize fairly clearly that if we came up with that list of legislative asks, it's my opinion that a bulk of those legislative asks might go against the grain of the disposition of the Annapolis legislature. And so I'm just curious how we weigh and temper the things we would like to ask for through that legislative process with the Annapolis legislature, and then their perspective on the other things that we would want to go downstate and ask for. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
And I don't know how we balance those at this moment.
I think the devil's in the details on which specific thing you're looking at. I know, as part of the rules of the road, we all sign on to at the beginning, each partner. I mean, the goal of the coalition isn't to gather every little single item that the community is trying to do, whether it's capital projects or whether it's legislative. It's to try to say, what are the priorities that we all agree to? We'll pop them on the list, and then we'll go down in unison and push for them. If there's those side projects that tend to be more controversial, somebody wants to do that off to the side, that's up to you. But we have a process to decide that, how it goes through the end. Now, the delegation, our local delegation, is invited to all the coalition meetings as a way to keep them informed, try to keep abreast of if there's things that are on the list that are causing some relationship challenges between the two groups. We try to avoid that, because that's not what the battles we're picking. But they aren't members. They don't have a voting veto or things like that. That's only the partners in the list. So, as you guys put those together, I would just encourage you, timing is important, because we're trying to finalize an agenda this year. But as you guys do put those things together, you could bring them back to the group at the next meeting, if possible, and we could talk about those and see where everything fits in. I can't speak for the rest of the partners. I know from GHC side, we try to just help be a facilitator here. We don't really get into too much unless there's something that's really big that's important to us, like I-81. But I mean, generally speaking, we try to rely on our government bodies and our educational institutions to try to tell us what they want to put on the agenda. And then our goal is just to try to help facilitate to make that happen.
I think for us, our, at least for me, I think the open and honest thing to say is, I could come up with a list of these things, right? That we know are going to address some of the issues of accountability that we have on some of these matters that are rightly pointed out in the communication that we received from our state representative. And on the other hand, let's say we put these together and because we do our direct legislative, process, and, put that together and put it down there, and then the state go, oh, I see that you want to head this direction in these various items, which, we know here at this table are going to help address some of the concerns we have. And the state say, yeah, I see you have this circuit court, project here that you'd like to have addressed. And they go, we don't know that we're on the same page in that same direction. So I think that maybe not a question, but at least a recognition that that conundrum exists at that level in this room.
Welcome to politics. It's at local, state, and federal level.
We've got asked in the past to say, can you send a coalition letter of support for this bill or that bill, delegation bills? And we try to avoid that stuff, because we're like, that's not our role. Our role is just to pick an agenda and move that forward. Now, GHC may send a letter of support, or Chamber may send a letter of support, but the coalition, we don't get into picking and choosing a bunch of different bills going in, say, we support this one, we oppose that one. I think that's a slippery slope, and we, eventually that could cause so much consternation, whatever, that, yeah, we get challenged there, so.
To that effect, Scott, what's the appropriate, I mean, should we each be piecemealing these things, or should we have like a group conversation about what we?
That's our next conversation. Can't wait.
Perfect.
Okay.
So, I just wanted to point out, or ask, I know the answer, but I'm going to ask you to say it out loud. So we were talking about Interstate 81, and specifically the design of Phase 2. And there was a term coined several years ago, I think it was roughly 2008, when there was the financial crisis in the world, and there was federal money interjected, and the term was shovel-ready. We all remember shovel-ready, which is incredibly hard for jurisdictions to have shovel-ready projects, whether it's a city or a county or a state, because of the length of time it takes, especially in transportation, to get things to the point where it's ready for construction, which is why we paved every road in Maryland a couple of times, because you don't need to plan for that. So we have this design of Phase 2. It's almost complete. So what is the dollar amount that's left, that we understand is left to finish and design a Phase 2 and make Phase 2 shovel-ready?
Well, I believe it's right around $6 million. Don't quote me on that specifically, but that's the final cost. But what the state's basically saying, and it gets complicated, it's beyond what I understand, but when you look at transportation projects, there's federal matching dollars and there's state money. When the state is pulling money out of these multiple projects across the state, which is, I think, a horrifically bad idea because of just what you're saying, shovel-ready. The state's portion of the final phase to get that completely done would probably be around $1.5 million. That's the best number we've gotten so far from county staff and others talk about that. That means they would probably leverage another $4.5 million from the feds to come up with that $6 million. So we need to get $1.5 million of either local money or the state to commit that. They are going to talk about new transportation revenue this cycle, but if they don't do anything quickly, it's still going to get delayed at least a year. But we need to get that $1.5 million done. I also would say, Peter, in regard to what you're saying, is I talked to our federal partners, and they said, some of the staff was also frustrated with the, some of this design and pulling back money from design, because they said, no matter how the presidential election goes, you could have an instance coming up when Congress meets again next year where they come together and do another bipartisan traffic infrastructure bill for transportation. If that happens again, they're going to look for shovel-ready projects, and Maryland would be better positioned to have these multiple projects that they're going to be stopping that are ready to go and ready to be built. So if that funding comes to the state, they could get it out quickly and take advantage of it. Hopefully we could work some magic there this year.
So just to complete the circle on that point, my recollection is that the county administrator announced a couple of weeks ago the amount of the surplus that the county had at the end of the last fiscal year, and it was in the tens of millions of dollars. I don't remember the exact amount. The other thing I wanted to mention to the body, but have you confirm while you're here, you mentioned rules of the road earlier. So the rules of the road are just that, the operational rules of the coalition. And one of those is that one of the changes that we're tightening up, if you will, that was made this year was that each body, whether it's a nonprofit board or state agency board, like I don't know what the library is, but they have a board. Chamber has a board. Greater Hagerstown has a board. This body, the county commissioners, the governing body of each partner is to bring forward after they've approved the item. So there's kind of two steps. There are There's the opportunity of the body to bring forward their items. And then there's the opportunity for each partner, as indicated in this sheet, to go through and identify which priorities they want, or which items they want to push forward or agree to, so that, as Jim just mentioned, at the end of the day, there is a list that all of the partners agree upon. And while it's kind of it's not a formal vote, so to speak, it's more discussion and based on how the conversations go. But at the end of the day, that's how that list, and that winds up in the booklet, it's handed out to all the members of the General Assembly, comes together with, under the title of, this is what our entire community agrees upon. So we do have an agenda item, Councilman, that's our next agenda item at 3:55 to discuss what our items want to be, the legislative items and so forth, and how they fit in with the coalition versus how they fit in with our own lobbying. I wanted to say that in front of you to make sure that if you correct me if I'm wrong in any of these points.
I don't think I
Got it right?
anything incorrect.
Thank you.
What I will
It's all
add-
righty.
what I will add is, there are times where, for instance, the library may not have anything that they want, and they support the coalition. There's times where, frankly, the chamber is the managing partner. I mean, we really love I-81, but there's many times where we go for the coalition, because when one of our partners wins, we all win. So I will leave that on the record for what it's worth, is that sometimes, you go along with the team because next year may be something in it for you, but it's the county that's the winner, and we're all in the county.
That's right. One win, we all win. I like that, Paul. You got
And we do appreciate your support and your conversation, and we'll look
I'm
forward
okay
to,
with this support.
we'll look forward to hearing back if there's other questions.
And seeing you in January. By the way, both of us have a 5 o'clock event, but if you need me to stay
No,
for your
thank
discussion,
you.
I'm happy to. Otherwise, we'll show up a little late. I'll blame it on Krista.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, Community Coalition Legislative Priorities, and that's a discussion with mayor and council. If I could just say that after the last couple of weeks of hearing from all the different agencies and whether it's the nonprofit or it's the police or the state's attorney or the judges, I think that I've constantly heard housing and also, some type of help when it comes to with police and staffing and helping our police department, whether it's, I don't know, but I'm hearing, those are the things that I'm hearing constantly. I'm hearing a lot in public safety when I'm on the streets. That's the way I like to work. I like to work with everyday people and hear them, whether it's at the hospital or giving birth to a baby or checking into a facility, whatever. What I'm hearing is a lot of folks are struggling with is day-to-day living, the way that rent is happening with raises in rent, drastically. Also with the homelessness that they're seeing, and also middle class that are struggling in a major way, and not too far away from it themselves. And so I would just like to throw that first on the table. That is especially around public safety with our law enforcement. I know that we talked and we had some discussion with the union about changes for those officers that coming in, and trying to find interesting ways to kind of bring new officers in and retain the ones that we have. But I would also just like to, our senior officers that decided to stay home through all of this, that, have been a part of the police department 20 years, just a way to help them too, and to make sure that we honor that. So that's my part in the discussion.
I do want to add on to your housing comment, because I agree, it comes up a lot. And I believe that for the state of Maryland, there's no rent control law, right? But there's jurisdictions in Maryland that has something in place already, like Montgomery County, Prince George's County, Tacoma Park, at least when it comes to rent caps. And, you know, things in place to not allow landlords to raise their rents up to $3,000 when they
Yes.
still have white stoves and no improvements to the units. So I've been saying that for a couple years now, the housing and rent control is one of a priority for me.
Okay, so I see this conversation probably going to be in two parts. One part being what we just heard about, the Community Coalition, and the other part being what Hagerstown's own initiatives are that are not necessarily outside, you know, involve all the partners of the coalition. So if I could do the former first, I have a couple suggestions. And three of them are on the list, and there's one that's not actually on this list that Scott and I have talked about. So I know I definitely want to come back and talk about all of the issues regarding around housing. So number one, just to recap, you know, because this body did the work. So we've rented a 5-year home for the Hagerstown Fire Department. We also changed the direction, if you will, and did not purchase the full piece of property that was intended for new fire department headquarters. And so there's a 5-year window we should start now, but have create a plan, find a location, find a site, and then construct and then occupy. 5 years may seem like a lot of time. It's not for that kind of project. And additionally, in some of the discussions we had, really, I remember one in particular was the joint meeting of the two chiefs, chief of police, chief of fire. And we know that the police department, while they're not being, and they weren't evicted from their home, is bursting at the seams. And is locating various departments and bits and pieces in different places. So the concept of this is a long vision concept of Hagerstown City Public Safety Complex or Public Safety Building to co-locate the Hagerstown Police Department and the Hagerstown Fire Department. So the very, 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 very first step in any kind of project like this, at least in the private sector, is called a SAMA study. A SAMA study is site analysis and market analysis. Market analysis not here being, do we need a police department or do we need a fire department? But what are the service areas? How does that fit in to the location? And what is the projection for the service area, areas, over the next 20, 30, 50 years as Hagerstown continues to grow, not only in population, but in physical size. The ask for a SAMA study is relatively modest, which I think probably fits in this year with, you heard the comment made that this is not the year to be asking for $1 million or tens of millions of dollars or $100 million because it's just not there at the state. That has been, projected to us clearly. And I think the number, correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, 200,000, somewhere in that neighborhood. Second item, city administrator just mentioned a few minutes ago, a drug house ordinance. This is strongly recommended by Senator Corderman. It's been tried before. It's been rebuffed before. The reference is made to the quote Martinsburg ordinance, which is obviously in a different state with a different set of laws and a different type of legislature. However, in trying to work in good faith, to the extent that there is any possibility to deal with this type of issue in this house, in this case, drug house ordinances or drug houses, it's at least worth presenting.
With this saying drug house, is this in reference to the sober living house?
No,
Or
no,
is
no.
this in
This
reference
is
to
where-
drug houses that
where
are
they're selling,
drugs
take
out
over a
of the
house
house?
and
Gotcha.
sell drugs out of that.
This is what we keep hearing about, how Martinsburg has an ordinance.
That they take away the property from the
Right.
property owner,
Right.
they
Okay.
allow it
Gotcha.
to happen.
Yeah, I just wanted you. to
So
clarify
thank you for that clarification, Mayor. That would have been confusing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Maryland doesn't allow it, but we'll ask. And then there's two more, one that's on this sheet that you have and one that isn't. And these are really issues that both came out of various discussions we have had in the last couple of weeks, months. The first being additional staffing for the state's attorney's office. So, and you all will remember that the state attorney sat right at the end of this table and said there were two major issues that she was facing. One was the fact that witnesses don't come forward. I don't think we can legislate that. So that's another issue to be dealt with by the state's attorney's office. But the other was the fact that there's definitely a need for additional staffing, both professional staffing or prosecutors, and also I don't want to say non-professional, but non-lawyer staff, specifically to stand up a evidence review unit. So we're all familiar with the body cams and the camera networks in Hagerstown, and that also exists beyond the city limits in the county. Somebody has to sit there and go through all of that video for every case, for every situation, and redact certain things and make it presentable in court. They have one person that does that right now for every case that they process. Back to the professional level, the lawyers, they project a 150% increase in juvenile court cases in this year from over last year. In addition to the 125% increases in district or circuit court, I think I have that correct, and increases in district court. So not only are the cases are getting more complicated, as she described to us, but they're getting more voluminous as well. So why is the city, as you heard earlier, the comment was made, this is really kind of a county thing. Why is the city engaging in this conversation with the community coalition about staffing for an agency that we don't fund or direct? And the answer to that is because if nobody else is going to do something about it, I think we should.
We have.
So if I know that the ask has been made for additional staff, a mid-budget request. So now the question is, will the county honor that request, or should there be legislation to require that to happen? In that same vein, and I'll just run forward and then, if there's any comments. One of the things that we also heard, and I heard it kind of in passing, but it kind of clicked with me from Chief, who's stepped out, I guess, Chief of Police. When city police make an arrest, we all know that, the suspect is booked by the county sheriff's department at the detention center. But I also heard, and I think we all heard, that sometimes the detention center turns those arrestees away. And they become the problem of the Hagerstown Police Department, which then chews up a volume of resources. And the two issues that were mentioned were people that need medical attention and people under the influence. I believe that there should be legislation to say, okay, if you have an agency, in this case, it's the Sheriff's Department, who runs a detention center and does the booking, then when that person is arrested and brought to that location, the booking should occur first, and then that agency should then have the responsibility for making sure that there is the proper medical care if needed, or dealing with someone under the influence, so that our officers can get back on the street, versus sending two Hagerstown police officers to Meritus Health to stand there with a person that's been arrested. So I have a lot of thoughts on the housing and some things that have happened in the last session, but do you want to stop there? Because that's kind of the gist of the community coalition approach. And so because the rules of the road are, this body is to approve those things to go forward to the coalition.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm not against, I don't disagree, I should say, with the state's attorney, with the staffing for the state's attorney's office. But I just want to especially to the constituents listening, is that the state's attorney is an elected position, as well as we have a state senator and a state delegate and 5 county commissioners that are also elected. And I do agree that if no one else is going to do it, why not us? However, I just feel that our constituents have made their voices and concerns and things very heard around public safety, especially in the town hall meetings and in their comments. And so I want to make sure that as I finish up with this elected body, that I'm making sure that my voice matches and magnifies theirs, right? Like around specific things. And so again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't. I'm just saying that this is clearly another elected official's administration and department. And I'm not against. I hear from our constituents constantly and often, and I don't know that that's something that I'm on my way out. So I make that clear as well. But again, I don't know that this is the voices, the things that I feel like our constituents are most concerned about. So.
I agree. I mean, I should have asked when Jen and Paul was here about the partner listed as a city. So thank you, Councilman, for clarifying why that is a city quote request. But I just have a little bit of concern with quote adding staffing for another entity when we know that we need staffing here in the city, even city operations. We need staffing here. So to say that it's needed, yes, I agree that it's needed, but for it to be a priority or on this list and noted as a city partner, I have concerns about that. So
Go ahead.
No comments.
Go ahead.
No comments. I just would say, like, I agree too. It's a need. But with us, to your point, Councilwoman, we need a lot of staff. So how can I don't know how these meetings, unfortunately, they're usually during my day job, right? So I can't tune in normally, but how do these conversations go? I mean, the county, I assume, is present in these.
The county's there, and if this works the way it should work, this would be an initiative that both the city and the county would I don't want to say champion, but be a part. I don't know that this got vetted enough at the last coalition meeting for the county to want to jump on, which is why, this was put in by the council.
I feel like there's a solution here. And I don't feel like that particular item belongs in the court of this particular group. For me, and for me, it's a little bit of cart before the horse, meaning you sent us a communication that said, hey, we've had these number of meetings now with these number of entities that aren't us, that someone indicated was us, and all of those partners have identified things that we've asked that are things that we could assist in improving their function to make the things better that we all agree, need assistance. And so for me, what you said was, hey, where are we going to go when this is done? Because, right, we're going to run out of folks to meet with that are responsible partners to the 8 points that were raised in that letter. And I said from the get-go, the letter was definitely not appreciated by me, but it raised questions, didn't have solutions, it just raised questions that folks have. And for me, I look at that and go, okay, at the end of this, we've met with all the parties. Almost all of those parties are county and state, operating or regulated entities. And I guess I thought at the end of this, what we would come out of it with is sort of a package of items, including this one that says, hey, here are the things, we've done our homework, we've met with the entities, we've vetted your concerns with who we feel are the responsible parties and partners in this process, and here are the things they say they need.
Yes.
And we're going to say to you, in concert with them and on their behalf that they've identified to this city, here's the things they need to improve the things you've pointed out aren't good.
And I think
And I
that's.
guess for me,
No,
then it's
100%.
not us asking for that, it's us conveying to the parties,
So let me.
the county and state, that
let
that's
me-
the package of stuff we want.
Let me address I think the underlying issue, which might be kind of the cart and the horse. The issue with the community coalition is that, as was described, they started in July, had meetings in August, had meetings in September, and this list that they gave us tonight means that 90% of the work is already done.
On those other items.
Except for this.
In general, their work is almost done. What he didn't talk about was there's a meeting which we will also attend, a separate meeting, but there's a meeting usually in early December, right? With the with the
It's
delegation.
November. Yeah, it should be in
Like-
November.
Okay,
Should be.
November,
first week of
early
November.
December. There's a meeting where a finished product, even though it's still in quote draft form, a finished product is presented to the delegation to say, here's what we're coming to ask for to Annapolis, right? So the timing is such that this is ahead of what you just described as, taking all of the things that we've learned and putting together what it is that we should be recommending. That's why it's on here now. And quite frankly, this would go away. This state request for state's attorney staff would go away if and when the county, which is the funding mechanism for the state's attorney's office, says, okay, we'll fund it. If they don't, then this is the backup. This is Plan
But for
B.
me, I feel like, because we're gonna go to that delegation meeting as well, right? We're gonna have,
We
we're
have-
gonna have a
go there.
moment
Yes.
in their son.
Yes.
And
There's none.
and for me, I felt like we would say, hey, top
We take with us.
delegation official, we have received your letter. We have heard it. We have digested it. We have met with all of the parties that are part and parcel to the things that you've raised. Here is the list of items that we are now handing to you that are county and state actions that can be taken to address your concerns for those things you believe are negatively impacting our community. Like,
which
don't know that we
may or
can
may
carry
not
it that
be
any
part of the
further.
coalition effort, right?
I don't think it should
I don't
be
think
at all.
it should be. It shouldn't be.
So the reason this is here is because if that doesn't happen, if the county doesn't agree to say, okay, yes, you're right, we should do this, then in this process, which is ahead of that process, this is a placeholder.
Who are they lobbying?
I mean,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
No, but who are they lobbying to? They're lobbying to our state delegation, right?
No.
No.
Who are they lobbying to?
They're the entire
entire-
assembly.
The entire
Matter of
I
fact,
mean, we meet with them, we meet with
Right,
them.
I feel like our package of items.
Right.
is to lobby to our state.
Right, to
representatives,
our local
our
representatives.
delegate,
Or
right,
go down the
because
road to
those,
We have met, we've heard all this stuff.
They
you
represent
know,
the same
all of these
constituents we
folks
do.
have said these things they need, from an entity that is above us on, you know, the ladder.
So, to your point, I think based upon all these conversations that have been had, I think the first thing I would recommend you do is you review what actions you want to try to take from this. And then the first decision is, can these be done through ordinance or are they legislative? Rent caps, is that something done through ordinance or is that done through legislative? If it's ordinance, then we help craft an ordinance to address. If it's by legislation, then we work through our lobbyists, Compass Governmental Services. We work through them to try, and the delegation, to try to get those points across.
I just feel like you could take that sheet and, of 8 items and you
Yep.
could literally go, number 1 was this concern. We met with group X, Y, and
Yep.
Z, and here are the 3 things that X, Y, and Z said. They need to effectuate, and address your concern, number 1. We
Right.
met with, on item number 2, we met with groups B and C, and here are the 2 things they said, you know, would be helpful to effectuate, and address this concern.
Right.
And I don't even mind saying, you know, here are the 3 items that are of a county or state level need, and here are the 2 things we're going to do at the city level, just to make you aware.
Right.
I just feel like it's that simple.
Because there's no, it's like the Strug House ordinance. The big confusion over this is whether, one, we can even do it in the state of Maryland, all the way to the end of what Martinsburg does, which I don't disagree. I think taking property after so much time of trying to remedy is, to me, would be an appropriate thing, but.
Like, I feel like when we tried to sit stopping the 4-wheelers and the dirt bikes in the coalition, I would say, hey, guys, we need help getting this, and they were like, and then Emily went down and was like, no, sorry,
Well, she was killed on it.
get out of here,
Yeah.
and we don't want to do that. Like, I feel like us carrying that water is not gonna carry the weight that it needs, because we're going to receive the same response. I feel like if the delegation, and its lead member is identifying these things, and some parts of those things, you know, require their action, we can't effectuate it any other way.
Well, I think you're right from a technical standpoint. But then there's also the influence that the city government has by making a statement, which is what this is.
I
We don't have-
disagree. I don't think that it makes the
I
statement.
feel like we should be communicating that to our delegation.
I don't think that it makes a statement. I think that it creates more confusion for the constituents around who is supposed to be responsible for what. I think that we've had a ton of meetings and asking people pointed questions and asking specifically around who does this, who is this, specifically for that purpose. I think that it creates more confusion and more conflict between the city and the county. I think this is more of a calling the county, you know, to the same as I would say with education though, because I heard multiple times that the solution is education. And there's an elected body for that. So.
But
No, I was gonna go back to your point because last week, my council comments was to propose us coming back to the table to have a summary, but more focused on what do we do next? Because we have some items that the city can do. I mean, it's not much, but like, share posts or join their page or visit their facility. But also, what can the county and the state do, and have that publicly listed all out and then send it to whoever we need to send it to.
I'm sorry.
No, sir, go ahead.
Sorry. Would it be, I mean, it's up to everybody here, right? But would it make sense, once we've compiled our list of, hey, these are things that we need, or these are things we've heard are needed, these are things we can try to tackle, these are things we can't, that are above us. Would it make sense to then have a meeting with some of those folks in the room? Whether it be our delegates or the county commissioners, to see if we can have another meeting and talk about things that we can't.
I mean, I think that that's the way that, the proper way to do things. And I think that's what the letter put out was, you guys aren't doing your part, do this and get this together. And Council Members Ashar's comment about, getting together and putting them down, out everything, like a wrap up of everything that we heard, and then asking, specifically for that meeting with our state delegation and our county delegation to kind of go over that. I think I think that's the proper way.
I think for me, it's cleaner that way, simply because I use this visual. When we all sat in the back of the meeting that Paul called over the library, the first one, where nobody got to go, you had the health department, right, on the other side of the room. You had the gentleman who spoke to us from the state's attorney's office, and you had Jim and Paul, who were here this evening, in that room. And at one point, I just recall Paul sort of looking at Jim and Paul Fry and going, hey, what do you guys think we should do? And they were just like, we're not really, you know what I mean? Like, we're not really aware enough of what this conversation is at the moment to provide or suggest solutions. And I guess I feel like when I read this, put onto the coalition's page, I get that same sort of feeling, like we're asking a bunch of folks in a room, like the library and Smithsburg and other folks, what do you think of this item? You know what I mean? And then not being the properly versed entity to vet generating that position through. I guess that's how I see it. I think that the gentleman from the state's attorney's office sort of had that same disposition during that conversation, and really the folks in the room that knew exactly, you know what I mean, what the conversation was about and the details of were the three areas of law enforcement. And a lot of other folks in are sort of looking confused. So that's just how I see it.
I would suggest two things. We don't have this meeting until the 9th, which is a week from Wednesday, so you still have the meeting next week to talk a little bit about this and how you want to go forward. But the second thing would be, as far as these meetings go, and I was going to bring this up in my comments, but I'll just do it now since you all brought it up, is there would be only one additional person that you might want to hear from, and that would be the library. Because in my experience in Pittsburgh, the library is a key part of many, many, many municipality efforts, especially those that don't have 24/7 crisis, that they are the day shelter in hundreds, if not thousands of communities. And I already broached this with Jenny. She would love to come in and talk with you if you all would be amenable to hearing from her. Then I think it's your all's call as to, are you ready to come to that conversation and make that list? And then where do we go from there? Because we've only got a couple meetings left with this administration to do that.
I hear that, and I don't want those deliberations to be driven by the fact that the 5 people sitting here might not be the 5 people sitting here tomorrow.
No.
I don't want them to be driven by the fact that, oh my gosh, the legislative session is starting in January
Yep.
and we gotta have, for me, government just isn't intended to work that way. You know what I mean? The concerns have been identified. We've met with the parties and partners in that process, and it's government's responsibility to sort of carry that through the due course of time that it requires to find resolution to each of those items.
And
We
it,
shouldn't be driven to find that because of other, indirectly impacting timeframes.
and that's completely fine. My job is to facilitate whatever you guys want
Well,
to do.
Except the General Assembly only meets for 90 days every year.
Right.
So you're bound by that
Absolutely.
timeframe.
And I don't believe that you could put a list together and you could get resolution to each and every one of those items, you know what I mean, in a single 90-day session. They'll be no different than the tax.
Right. The only good thing
property
about that
tax,
is that we weren't
issue.
alone in that. And I think what I'm hearing and what we may be hearing is that there are a lot of other municipalities that are gonna go forward with a lot of the same things that you've heard, especially when it comes to juvenile justice.
Well,
So-
yeah, I mean, I think that if you go back just a couple of years ago to the large municipality MML meetings.
Yep.
All the municipalities, the large municipalities across the state were saying the same things, no differently than the young lady that sat here earlier and said,
Mhm.
hey, you're not unique. We have these types of operations across the state.
Right.
And these are all the same things in each of those large places. So for me, like, I feel even better having a defined, concise package together of that whole, like that holistic fashion, because I feel like that gives us greater credibility and credence to put that out there to the other large municipalities that are sitting there with the same sort of items and going, okay, we know this exists, how do we address it? And we can say, hey, guys, hey, Salisbury, hey, Westminster, here's what we've come up with, here's what we've heard from the folks that you have the same, types of folks in meaning agencies and things in your jurisdictions, what do you think? I think that we do that all the time, and we see, Baltimore City has things all the time, and we go, oh, yeah, that's a neat piece of legislation, we should ask if we can have that.
Anything?
Okay, so I need to know what to do. So you want to come back next week and say how you feel about what is on the coalition list? Or do you want to say, or do you just want to say now, do you want state's attorney to stay on? If you do, fine. If you don't, fine.
I don't.
I don't think it's the appropriate venue for it. Another question, if I might.
Go ahead.
Everything else on this list, and again, I don't know, and I apologize the
Yeah.
ignorance on this, but everything else on here is like a request for money to do pump station upgrade, request for money to upgrade 81, correct? Request for money to, do town hall buildings, right?
Right.
And then we have another item on here, and I love this item, but I don't know if this is the appropriate venue or not, I don't know, for the drug house ordinance.
Right.
Is this coalition? I mean, does the library, do these other
There
partners
have been
have a
other,
say in that?
yes, there have been other non-capital coalition items. The tax sale was one, that have been on the list.
Okay.
Yes. Are most of these requests capital items? Usually.
Okay.
Usually.
So, we don't have any more partner meetings, right? No more of this was the last one.
This was the last scheduled one, yes.
So a recap and then
You all,
I'm gonna recap.
a recap of it, a recap of everything that we,
and then how to move forward from there?
Right.
Then, if that's what you want, that's what we'll do.
I mean, that's just me.
I don't have a problem with it.
say we need an hour and a half.
Okay. That's what we'll do.
Are you guys good with the
So
things on
back
the
to
other
the,
sides?
back, I'm sorry.
We're all over the place tonight.
Back to the coalition. Public Safety Center is okay to keep on.
Yes, for me.
It looks like 3 for the state's attorney to come off. 3 to come off, that's gonna come off. Okay. Drug house ordinance, where I'm at with that is, there is still a question whether that could be an ordinance based upon the nuisance ordinance we already have, or whether that has to go to legislate on a state level based upon what you can't do related to a nuisance ordinance. So that's still kind of there.
What is the difference with the crime-free housing? Doesn't crime-free housing, which is already a thing, wouldn't that kind of,
That is a voluntary program.
oh, okay.
This would be based upon calls and activity. Yes.
I just don't like it on the coalition list. That's just it.
I also, just because it's like, you know, the Sesame Street thing, right? One of these things is not like the other.
Yeah.
I feel like,
This year, this year is purely capital. No, this year, is a lot of capital stuff. We're the ones that put in the, yeah.
I agree to take it off. I mean, again,
Drug
for
house
the
ordinance?
city as a
Okay.
partner, drug house ordinance could affect the county too, not just the city. So the whole partner city thing.
That
I
is
just
on their
don't-
city. That is not county. That's on there from us.
Exactly.
Right.
That's my concern.
Okay, we can, and then if we have to move forward with it, we'll move forward with it legislatively through our lobbyists.
Yes.
very good.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I think
So then
the
we'll
public
have this
safety training building.
One that will
One.
have to then provide financial support
We
for
won't.
one.
No. No, that's just asking for either to be part of the governor's budget or whether we have to go to the supplemental budget or bond funding or, you know, however we do that. Like we do with it's basically the same type of request for the study, for the SAMA study that we use for the field.
No, I'm saying for the request to continue our partnership with the coalition.
Oh, that
Is
has
we'll
to
have
be,
only
you
one
have to be
item
voted on that.
that will then have to
That's the
say yes
$5
to the
grand.
funding. The
That's
one
the
item.
five. Yeah, if you don't vote to do the $5 to be part of the
I
coalition,
think
we're
we
out of
say
it.
yes regardless, because if we don't participate, we don't have a vote. And Peter pointed out, you know,
Right.
things like the circuit court
Yep.
house item, I mean,
Yeah.
We should definitely have a seat at the table. I think it's worthwhile.
Then
Okay.
that'll come
Yep.
up.
I just want to make that
Then that'll
clear
come
that
up
we
in
just have
regular session the end of the month.
one as city on this list, but we'll still be part of
That's
it.
correct. 100% correct.
All right, we good? Oh, next up, Arts and Entertainment District parking deck. Parking occupancy counts and rates. And with us, we have Eric Daggy, Director of Public Works, but then we also have
Andrew Zager, parking supervisor.
Zager, parking supervisor.
Affectionately called the parking czar.
Parking czar. I like that.
So it's,
Hi, guys.
hello, how are you this afternoon? Didn't be late.
Evening.
Didn't work a little behind schedule. But I brought plenty of paperwork here to go over, so we have lots of, I can go a short version or I can go a long version.
Man, how about it? This is
I'll
an
try and
important
do it real quick.
conversation.
As you all know, on July 1st, the parking rates were changed, were effective July 1st. We had multiple conversations in this council regarding parking rates and eventually came to an agreement, and those changes went to effect July 1st. About 2 weeks into July, a number of city staff members met with several business owners from South Potomac, the Chamber of Commerce, Visitor Center, and Dr. Ashby from USMH. And I'm going to very much paraphrase and summarize some of their concerns. They felt it was too soon to change the rates. They felt the changing the flat rate after hours, particularly at the Arts and Entertainment District parking garage, should go back to a flat rate and not an hourly rate. And the daily rate amount of 24 they felt was too much. They also felt that because changing to the hourly rate was affecting customers and the number of customers that came to. And again, I'm focused a lot on A&E because that's what they focused on also. And at the time, on the second week of July, Hub City Garage wasn't even open yet. And so we talked a lot about those issues. They presented their arguments. Several of those people were here last week and spoke to council, expressing similar concerns. And so what I presented to you was data. And it was just it was coincidence when the council members last week mentioned that the decision should be data-driven in parking, and I don't disagree with that. So basically what I presented to you was a lot of data. So let me explain what I presented, all right? All the charts you see in there are for the A&E garage, the Arts and Entertainment District garage. So we track occupancy and have been for years, for a number of reasons. In the past, it was to show not the need for a third parking garage because there was talk about a third parking garage for so long. And so our occupancies were to show that there was no additional garage needed, that the garage had to be tied to a larger project, in our opinion, for that to work. And so, of course, Meredith Park came along, and therefore we no longer had an argument to say, hey, we're not going to build a garage. And so Meredith Park was built, and during that construction, Mayor and Council agreed to build a third parking garage. Now, we've always stated in our budget for many years that to build a third parking garage, something had to happen there, which was we needed 200 to 300 new drivers, basically daily, to pay for that garage, or we had to change rates, or a combination of those things, additional drivers and a change in rates. And as you all know, the state paid for Meredith Park, and the city alone paid for Hub City parking. And so we did. That was the expectation of the businesses, the expectations of the county government, our expectation to provide parking, and we have done that. And so on August 7th, officially, Hub City Garage opened up. So all these charts basically are, I went back to 2022. Going past that or further back was probably still affected by COVID, right? 2021. So I went to 22. And basically from May through September, August, as far as I could go, I compared the first week of May of 22 to the first week of May of 23 to the first week of May of 24. And so every sheet you see there is the same week per that year in the occupancy. So that we could see come July 1, when the rates changed, what happened to the occupancy. Because occupancy is a good way to see if the rates are affecting the number of drivers or parkers in that garage. You can't really use revenue because we went from a flat rate of $2 of any hours you want to park in there to $2 an hour. So it's so different, it's hard to use revenue to judge that. And basically, to summarize all that data is basically the parking garage is still being used. The best case scenario, the occupancy is going up. The worst case scenario, it's staying the same. In other words, the change in the parking rate did not negatively affect the occupancy of that garage. In other words, it's still being used, and it's still being used a lot. Now, part of that obviously is Meredith Park, because until August, Hub City wasn't open. So people were parking in A&E. So that definitely boosted the numbers. Our discussion with this group was, look, it's still too early to tell. We're still only 3 months since we changed the rates. That's not much time to really determine if these rates are really having an effect or not. But I'll remind you, part of the reason, again, that we changed rates was to pay for the Hub City Garage. Each garage does not support itself. The parking system, which is the parking, or on-street parking, parking lots and parking garages, and enforcement pay for the entire parking system. So we weren't expecting Hub City to pay for itself. We were expecting, because we knew, until we knew how it was going to be used, we knew we'd have to use other revenues to the parking system to help support it. Okay, that's pretty much what it summarizes. There's a chart early in the summary also, which is where I went back and looked at every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and averaged the number of drivers or parkers in A&E from like 6 o'clock to midnight. And basically, other than Monday, which is a slight drop, from 22 to 23, there's more drivers in the garage, and from 23 to 24, it increases. Monday night, there's a slight dip, but Tuesday through Saturday, there's definitely an increase. Sunday's not in there because for years, Sunday was free and we couldn't track drivers, and so you can't really compare that. And now, so again, to summarize, all this chart and information is basically to say, the rates, as far as we can tell, have not had a negative impact on the number of drivers using that garage. Now, what I didn't include in there, could you pass it down for me, please? What Angela's providing you is again a bunch of charts. This is for Hub City Garage. And this is the occupancy of the Hub City Garage, starting on August 19th. We couldn't capture the first couple weeks until our equipment was up and running and, fully operational. If you look at the side that shows, thank you. If you show the side that shows August 19th and 25th, August 26th to September 1, Maris Park was still in operation. They were still having ball games. If you turn that page over and you look at the last 2 weeks, which is September 16th to the 22nd, 23rd to the 30th, which I just put this together yesterday because we'd go by. You notice there's a lot of empty space on that chart. We have a garage that has 398 spaces, and currently, now that the ball games are over, we are occupying about 13% of the spaces. Now, the city borrowed $10.6 million. There's no way we're going to pay back that debt service with 13% occupancy. It was the reason we changed the rates on the street, in the lots, and in the garages to help pay for this. And this, I am convinced, this will stay like this until the games pick up again. Now, it'll get used more, and we're trying to encourage the Maryland Theater and other businesses to push business down that way so we get more occupancy. Because A&E only has 185 spaces, and when it gets filled, people just turn away and they find space somewhere else, but they're not really, there's no easy way to get to Hub from A&E. We're working on that too. Because the alley from A&E to Antietam is one way from Antietam to the garage. So you have to turn around and make a loop the whole way through the city to go find the other garage. So we're talking about maybe changing that alley a little bit. But again, what this chart is showing is that for the next few months, we're basically having 50 cars parked in there a day. Now, we do have 57 permits open there. And if you may not recall,
How many?
57.
Okay.
Yep. District Court has bought some. Some of those are from Up to Graph, which was part of an agreement when we purchased the property, but they get a discount. They're only paying $25 a month for theirs, and that's a 10-year deal, by the way. But we're up to 57. We're going to try and hold it around 100 until we see how things are going. But there's definitely other interests, and we'll probably get to 100 in the next few months. The other thing on top of all this to remember is that come Thanksgiving, and I haven't brought it into you yet, we do the holiday parking program, where parking is free after 5 o'clock and on weekends in all the parking garages. So there'll be zero revenue generated come Thanksgiving through the first of the year for about, we'll say 5 weeks, 6 weeks, in the evenings. So again, my point is, yep.
So how much is it per month for a parking pass in the A&E deck?
$80.
So if I were to buy a pass, a monthly pass in the A&E deck, right? That's $80 for the month, right?
Yes.
That's $2.60 a day.
Yep.
Or about 20 cents an hour on an
If you
average
say
day.
so. I didn't calculate it out, but
Maximum is 12 hours a day.
Right. I'm just saying, like, I guess I'm trying to compartmentalize the argument that the hourly rate's too much for individuals that would prefer to utilize that parking on a regular basis. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think, part of the rub for me in some of the comments and feedback we've gotten is, employees are just gonna go park at the free parking in the evening. And to me, like in my mind, I'm thinking like Valley Mall. We worked at Valley Mall, anybody else did at one point, but you had to park like beyond the blue line or whatever, right? Because you couldn't park in the first 30 spaces deep at the Valley Mall if you were an employee there, because the objective is the consumer parks closest to the place they're consuming, from. You know, that's where you want your turnover to occur. And that's where you want that inviting availability of parking to exist. But if you really wanted to still do that, you could still do it for the same roughly $2 a day flat rate that those making the argument want to make, right? You could just buy the pass and you get your $2 a day cost.
Yeah.
Secured still. I mean, it just kind of makes that point a bit moot in sort of the scheme of things, but at the same time, I have to struggle with your very good point that you got a $10.5 million debt, and the ask is that you sell your most expensive parking, right?
Not your
At the
most
cheapest
expensive,
part,
but you're, remember, 185 spaces compared to 440
Right.
across the street and 398 in the other one.
right?
So you have your least amount of resource in the most convenient spot possible on South Potomac, and we want to lower the rate?
Yeah, it
I-
doesn't, like, I can't imagine a private business looking at that and I guess the mall's a good example and saying that's what would make the most sense for us.
Right.
I just can't, I can't.
Let me put it another way
do
on our
that.
revenues. And I know I gave you a lot of information on the occupancy, which is, again, a good indicator of what's happening. So every month I run an income statement on our parking system, just to look at trends. I don't dig into it real deep, but we look at it for trends and what's happening and why parking goes up or why it goes down. And there's a lot of things that affect it besides just the rate, obviously. You know, businesses coming and going, events, you know, weather, there's seasons. In the summer, parking is always down because government people are on vacation and the schools are out, whether it's USMH or BISPA. All those things affect it. And so there's just no way, unless I brought you a 10,000-page report of all those things and trying to analyze it. So I'm trying to keep it simple, but here's a way to think about it. When I ran the income statement this morning on the parking system, the revenue that's been generated in Hub City so far is, what did I say, $49,000? $49,000 total for 3 months. If that stays the same for the rest of the year, it's about $168,000 or so. We'll say $170,000 for the year. The debt service we're talking about is $750,000. Now, that's not the other expenses. That's not utilities and staff and that sort of thing. To look at the big picture, before Hub City was built, the city generated, in round numbers, $1 million in revenue and parking on about $800,000 on expenses. Right? We just picked up $750,000 in debt service. You basically have to double your revenue to cover that expense.
Yeah.
It's just the numbers.
Yeah, it feels almost akin to our discussion on water and sewer, where we're literally selling that enterprise resource, you know, at a declining rate.
Yes.
To the highest consumable entity. It just seems odd.
I agree.
The government just can't work that way as it applies to its enterprise fund operations.
Now, we knew we would operate in the red for a few years. When I say we, staff and our finance department. And that was before we changed rates. And so we came to council knowing that, listen, we gotta, because we never really knew exactly what the cost would be. And they ended up being, of course, when the third parking garage was budgeted was, I think, 10 million total, or 9 or 10 million. And of course, ended up being about 12, almost, now about 12 and a half. So it's a little bit more than we expected. So the rate change certainly helps. What I'm seeing, or what we're seeing, is the rate change is absolutely helping our revenue, our bottom line, no question about it. But it needs to help a lot. And we're not seeing a fall off on occupancy. UD is pretty much staying the same. It's been that way forever. UD pretty much, I mean, it had an uptick in some transient parking. And I think that also was from the events in probably Meredith Park, because some people found that and then just walked down, which is exactly what we want them, right? We want to be able to walk through the downtown. A&E is certainly doing fine, and Hub City is the one that's struggling right now. People found out once the park opened and they saw that, They paid for the convenience. It's the same reason they pay for the convenience at the church up on Summit and, was that Hagerstown Bible Church? People, it's always full. Every game, it's full because they're willing to pay that $10 to walk right across the street. And I think people will, listen, people that used to pay the $2 flat rate, and now there will be some that'll go, I'm not paying $4, $6, $8 parking. I'm not. I'll give you that. But there's a lot of people that say, you know what, I can park right here, open my door, and in 50 feet, I'm within how many businesses?
Well, and it's not rocket science. I mean, liaison to the Hagerstown Housing Authority, right? They're right next door. And they clearly have seen the writing and have engaged in app entities to consider looking at their parking availability and saying, hey, you know, can we provide a competitive rate? And they're not gonna do that at $1, you know, an evening.
No.
It just.
They can't afford it because they'll have to staff it, have to manage it. And so there's expenses. And so they can't just give it away.
The expectation that government do that will result in government having to identify recoup of that funding elsewhere.
Correct.
In other words, the only other place to get it is taxes. You'd have to take out the property taxes and put it in the fund, no different than we do on, you know,
That's exactly right.
other operations.
The enterprise fund will cover what it can, but if it's short, it has to come from a different source. And that's pretty much going to be the tax dollars out of the general fund. And my goal since taking over parking in 2009 has been to make it a viable service that it pays for itself. And it had until we built the garage. And it's okay because it'll take some time. It's part of the reason private entity doesn't build it. Private individuals own the lot. They could have built their own garage. They can't wait 20 years to recoup. They can't do that. Their investment has to be turned over much quicker than that. Yes. Government can wait. They cannot. Otherwise, they would have built their own garage.
Eric, it raises a few questions for me.
Yep.
I'm just looking at this. I mean, there's no easy answer here. One point that I heard that made a lot of sense, and I've been looking around is different places I go, Leesburg, different places that I go and park. And what is the current rate for the meters, like the lot, the not in the garages, the actual street metered spaces, right?
$1 an hour.
So I heard the argument, and you know, I know we went through all this 3 months ago, what have you, but that if the metered spaces were more than the garage, then we would prompt the number one, you'd have faster in and out of the metered spaces. You don't want people parking at those longer term. I don't know if you've looked at that or not, but, and I know you've pulled all kinds of numbers.
If you recall, I suggested we made it $2 an hour of Washington Street, and that advice was rejected for that very purpose. I absolutely agree with you. It's part of the reason also, and some property or business owners don't understand that, the reason you raise the rates in front of your business is for that exact turnover. But some of the businesses want it lower so they can park their own vehicle there. And I'm not saying anybody, you know, I'm just saying I've seen that in the past because they don't understand. You want that space in front of your business empty. You want somebody to come there, do their business, get in the car and leave so the next person can, and that's the whole idea of raising rates on the street is that turnover. We have it the same or somewhat opposite of that. But the key to A&E in particular is the convenience. Its location is right, I mean, literally in the lobby of the building that it serves. The property, the old Masonic Temple has their own elevator. Our elevator opens, I don't know if you know that, our elevator opens into their space. Did you know that? The elevator on A&E, if you notice, there's 2 doors. One door is for the public. There's a door behind you. That's for that building. And we don't have access. We don't want access. They use their own key fob and they can, so we've literally handed them an elevator that opens into their space. There's a cost to that. And there should be. We maintain it. We pay those fees. We do the inspections and they reap the benefit of it, which is great for them. That's the whole idea of that.
Yeah.
Gus, anything?
So my recommendation, if you get to the end, so my recommendation is this, if you don't change those rates, give us a little more time. These are the few more. Now, the next few months are gonna be a little wonky because we're gonna do the free parking, so that's gonna mess it up. Of course, January is always gonna be whatever it is, the winter. But we do think,
Revisit it at budget time.
what's that?
I mean, I think you gotta revisit it at budget time, the way you
Oh, we
revisit your
will.
other fees and charges at budget time.
Yeah, we can do that. The only other fee, the one fee that we talked about, that staff talked about was the daily rate. We recommended $16. We went and we rehashed that again, but you know, we ended up at 24. And again, we ended up at 16 as $2 an hour and an 8-hour shift, we'll call. So the max would be 16. We'd like to lower that to 16 sooner than later, but that's, again, your choice. I'm bringing you data and facts. You direct me what you want to do. And that one, I don't think has a huge effect on a lot of things. There's definitely some people that have paid it because they lost their ticket and had to pay, had to pay the $24.
I had 2 people.
Yeah. Yeah. It happens. It happens. But
I mean, using the $16, I just want to understand this right.
Yep.
If I would go there, right, and let's say I don't pay the $16, let's say, 10, 12, whatever.
Yep.
If I bought the pass would pay for itself in 5 days.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's $480 for the whole month. If I just go and pay every day. So just subtract, you know what I mean, from those days. So the pass pays for itself in 5 days.
Before July 1st, when the monthly permit was $70, whether UD or A&E, it was about half or less than half if you paid daily parking, because the daily rate used to be $8 max. And so it was a great deal. We raised the rates and we kept it at 70 UD. It made that 70 a great deal, fantastic deal. We went to 80 at A&E, which is still a great deal, and we went to 90 at Hub. But you're right, at $2 or $24 a day, even $16 a day, that monthly pass all of a sudden looks pretty inexpensive if you're parking downtown a
That's
lot.
why they market Easy Pass for toll roads. Same reason.
It's exactly right.
Now, when somebody gets the pass, do we have any programs that are set up to make it convenient for them to pay in an option of, or a multitude of plans? In other words, do I have to commit to a year? Do I have to pay you, the 80 for the month? Can I set it up where I set it up and I pay you,
we sell it,
whatever that number is every week? Because I think for some people that are working in some place, they go, okay, you know what? The 80 a month looks large.
Yeah.
In terms of pay, and so I can break it into these. I just feel like if we're gonna do that, we should offer options for people to be able to pay, in
smaller increments.
Well, yeah, smaller increments.
We don't at the moment, but if you bought the pass in the middle of the month, we prorate it.
Yeah.
If you bought in the middle of the month, we charge you 40 or 35. You bought at the end of the month, it was towards the end of the month and there was a week left, we might just say, all right, we'll start charging you next month. We do work in that way. Some entities do the opposite, which is like, whether it be Board of Ed or USMH, they'll pay in 6-month increments. If you want to pay us for the next 6 months or a year, yeah, we'll be happy to accept those terms. But remember, there's Angela and one office staff.
Yeah.
We're already billing a lot because we're billing monthly. And most people just pay by the month because maybe they're only working down here for so many months, or maybe they're only going to school for so many months, or maybe they're that sort of thing.
Can our kiosk, our electronic, our upgraded, when you come into the garage, can that handle the passes at all and take that burden off of staff?
As far as billing?
Yeah, as far as can someone pay for a month on the machine? Could we program it to do that?
No.
I
No.
don't think we can.
No.
We can check with them.
That would be cool.
Great IT crews.
And
That would be.
yeah, should have known. There you go. There's a lot of things you can do in parking. I mean, there's license plate, recognition and all that sort of stuff. Honestly, we're just not there yet. No. Scott and I have had these conversations and I've said, well.
I like Annapolis, gateless.
Yeah.
Because you get
Yeah.
in your app and do it.
Well,
Right.
yeah, here's some of the issues we have here is because in 10 minutes you can be in West Virginia, in 10 minutes you can be in Pennsylvania. They don't flag vehicles.
They
They
don't
don't work
flag.
with us. So it's a problem we have in enforcement. We have a lot of people that are here from other states. The only thing we can do is if they haven't paid, if they have 3 outstanding tickets and the last one is 30 days past due, then we can boot their vehicle. But until then, but you gotta find their vehicle.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
That's why
it's-
parking tickets are tough to enforce.
That's why
You
parking,
can't
yeah,
flag.
that's why
Flag
you,
in Maryland, you
that's
can't
why we'll
flag.
write $150,000 in parking tickets and write off 90,000. We can't, they don't pay it. If
Right.
we went to gateless, my concern would be the exact same thing. We'd be chasing money.
Yeah.
And we can't send it to a collection company, because we've tried, and they go, so what do you charge? And the ticket's $10. Huh. We're like, we can't.
Yeah.
We can't.
Costs more than admit.
That's exactly right.
The message, the envelope.
When
Yeah.
you go into the library, they
Yes.
have a pay-to-park system with a gate.
Yes.
And you get a ticket.
Yep.
And they validate, trying to remember, the first 2 hours of their parking. Now, it's their lot. So
Yes.
they make their own rules.
Yes.
I'm not, I have to remember that. Does the, and the new system is for all of the parking, right? You've integrated,
No. The UD garage and A&E is still on an older software system. We haven't updated it yet because we're still working out the glitches in the new system.
But
Once
it
we
will
do,
be.
but it will be.
Eventually, they're all through.
But they both could do lots of stuff.
It's a
It's
process.
just a different software system,
but
that's all.
but it will be all one software system, all one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that new software system have a validation feature?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. We do validations all the time. The
And
courthouse does it, Barbara Ingham does it, we can do it here. We can
Now,
validate parking here.
normally, again, the library is an odd situation because they're validating their own lot. But normally with validation, effectively what's happening is the business is using that as a tool, a marketing tool or a, business expense tool, just like any other business expense to say, come here and we'll give you X amount of parking.
Yep.
And then they pay, and I don't know what the rate is, and that's not part of this, I don't want to make this part of this discussion, but they basically pay for that time
Yes.
at some rate.
Yes.
And that's something that our system can provide.
Absolutely. So in the early, when I took over in 2009, I'll say 10, 11, 12, somewhere in there, when we started validating, we put a program put together called Park and Shop, which was copied off Frederick. The exact same thing you're saying. You, Mr. Business Person, can validate the parking of your customers and we'll give you a 20% discount. We'll pay the 20%, you pay the 80%. We couldn't get a single business to bite. We would take in parking passes to them.
Yeah, so
We
that's
could-
that's a
so
rate,
that's-
that's
so-
a rate issue, which I was just trying to get to the
Yeah, it can be done.
technical ability.
Yes,
So,
absolutely.
okay, so I did ask about the new system, but you said we're doing it now.
Yes.
Or could do it.
Yes.
So it's a feature of the existing system.
Yep.
Of this deck that we're talking.
That's correct.
Okay.
I just input someone today for validations.
And there's a piece of equipment and it has to be based on the ticket that they have and
No, they don't need a piece of equipment.
not like
If
at the
if
library.
you want
have
to
to
set up
stick it in.
validations, we could set you up. And so let's say I'm a customer, I pull a ticket, I come in, you look at the ticket, you go online, you go under your account for validations, ticket's validated. Whenever they leave, doesn't matter when they leave, if it's 6 hours later, their ticket's already ready to go. They go out, they run the ticket, gates go up and they leave.
Good.
We run a report at the end of the month that says, oh, that customer's there 6 hours. We're gonna charge you 80% of that 6 hours.
So is it an all or nothing validation? Or can we?
Could you validate the first
Using the
hour?
library's example, we'll give you the first hour or first 2 hours for free.
We could probably make that happen.
You let me know if you can make that happen.
I don't know if we could.
You want to get a half an hour free.
I mean, I'm not
That's already on
asking you to
there.
be on the spot
But
now,
most
I'm
people,
just
we don't
saying,
advertise.
if you
Right.
could get back to us and let us know.
I'm 95% sure we could make that happen.
Great. Okay.
Can you just make sure that people understand that when you're looking at these stats,
Yes.
that the x-axis is different, so this looks really bad compared to this. But it's because the numbers are different. It only goes,
Well-
it goes to 400, and then on the one side, it goes to 400, but inside your packet, the number goes to 180.
Oh, okay. So let me explain that. So when you look at A&E, right, it's only 185 spaces. So we don't show 400, we show the capacity of the garage. So UD has 440. So think of it this way. So you look at a graph at A&E and it looks full, right? Let's face it, 150 cars in there, it's gonna look full. You look at UD and it looks mostly empty. And you can still have 150 cars in there.
Right.
So it looks, so you have to make sure you understand what you're looking at the graph and what it's registering, okay? The other thing is, and I wrote this in there, is until recently, the graph started at 10 a.m. in the morning and we backed it up to 8 a.m. So there's just a few things, and I mentioned that all in there. Again, Sundays when they're free or when there's a free holiday, it doesn't register, it doesn't count, there's a for whatever reason. And so numbers in the past, when you look on Sunday, it's a straight line. And that's because it was free parking. And so it's mainly about, I'll say Monday through Saturday. So any changes at the moment, or it's getting long, and I appreciate your time and.
I mean, personally, the more and more I research, the more I think we could and should, and whether that's now or whether that's in a few more months when we have more data, adjust some. Because I think your initial proposal to us 3 months ago about having the on-street parking rates higher than the garage rates is appropriate, because then it drives people, keeps people from taking up those on-street spots, and it will drive people to the garages more.
Right.
So I think we should adjust that at some point. If it's not now, I think we should look at it.
It's another reason that on-street parking is either 30 minutes or 2 hours max.
Yeah.
And the parking lots are longer, because you want the long-term people or drivers to park there in the short term, because you want that turnover on the street. And I suggested West Washington because that's probably the most heavily used block with all the things that are going on there. And so you want that turnover.
I mean, we could make that change if you all would be willing to go from the 24 to the 16. We could bring that back to you as one
24 max,
one
to
request.
16 max.
I mean, that's your all's call.
Are you seeing a lot of volume on the on-street parking right now? I don't want to put you on the spot. You've got data for this, not necessarily
On the spot. He's gonna take
Well,
parking meter.
on-street is a visual.
Yeah.
That's the only way you can do it, because you have to drive the streets. And
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything where it's different, and days are different, right? Depends on if there's a court day, maybe it's busier.
Right.
You know, you'll notice, you drive around on different days, you'll see the difference. in the
Central
parking
lot,
lots.
I was about to say.
Central lot, yeah, there's days where it's full and other days where it's not.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if at some point, whether we do it now or later, if we make an adjustment to the parking meters, right? We raise those.
Yes.
If we, I don't want to, I get your point about how much of a deficit we're in on this garage. So I wouldn't want to propose, say like, hey, we cut it to $1.50 an hour and raise the parking on street to $2 an hour, $2.50 an hour.
Right.
Unless I knew we're not going to completely, put ourselves in an even worse situation.
Right.
But I mean, I think that something like that would make sense to me, is to raise that and lower the garages a little bit. And I think that would help make everybody whole.
I would say we just need a little more time to see how this is panning out. And like I said, when I look at the occupancy of Hub right now, I'm like, it makes me nervous for the finances of it.
Do we do counts of the volume, well, we probably can't, of vehicles that are parked in the surface lot free spaces in the evening?
No.
In other words, I have to sit here and I think about the feedback we've gotten, and I guess my curiosity is, okay, if businesses say, hey, we want the deck lowered, right? That appears to be the
Primarily the A&E deck.
Right.
Yep.
But really, the A&E deck feeds most directly with the central lot. And so I guess my curiosity is,
I would agree
is
with that.
if you've got to absorb one, as Councilmember Schindler was saying, then, you know, you're gonna have to find it somewhere else. And so if I'm talking about lowering the deck, then, you know, the only other place to find it is surface lots in the evening.
Yeah.
You have to subscribe some, but then you.
I would say the
you-
Antietam Street lot, from my observation, the Antietam Street lot, which is behind Vibes and the doghouse,
Right.
right? Which is only 18 spaces. In the evenings, always packed,
Yep,
because it's free.
yep.
Again, to remind everybody that's watching, parking on the streets after 5 o'clock, free. Parking in the public parking lots after 5 o'clock and weekends and on the street, free.
Because of enforcement level.
Right.
In other words,
Well,
personnel
that's
available.
part of it, yes. That's part of it also.
It's policy.
But it's also during the day, let's face it, from 8 to 5, 9 to 5, that's when the most parking overall is used, because that's when the businesses are open or government's open. After 5 o'clock, I mean, you come down the weekend in the central lot, it's virtually empty, unless there's an event at the Maryland Theater. As I was saying earlier, if you can imagine where everything's located, so you drive the A&E deck, the one building length to Antietam is one way, so you can't go there. So we go, oh, sorry, we're full. So here's how you get to the other deck. Turn around while there's 20 cars behind you. Turn around, go to Washington, make a right. Go down to Locust, make a left. You go up a block to Franklin, make another left. You go up another block, you go to Potomac, and you'll be a deck there. Now, when you get to that one, if you don't want to park there, if you go on down there, you make a right on Antietam, and then you'll find a garage. If you go to so what happens is they get to Washington, they see the central lot, they drive over, go, I'm just gonna walk, and then they
Yeah.
stop there.
Yeah.
How many metered spaces are there?
Oh, boy, now you're gonna test me.
Sorry.
In the lots or on the street?
On the street.
333, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
330 some.
Are we able to get information from the company that,
Pay by phone?
yeah, to do
Somewhat.
the pay-by-phone for the central lot to see what the volume is of people paying in the lot, using that?
We may not. And the reason is because when we really set it up, when you paid on your pay by phone,
Right,
use the code on the meter.
right.
And so I don't think, you'll have to tell me if this is true. We had codes that were like the central lot and then a separate code that was on the street. So then you could tell, but I think it's all the same number on it.
Okay, that's what I wondered. I didn't know if each meter, I know in Annapolis, when you do it, it's,
We might be able to.
it's just quick. They'll at least give you the whole lot.
Right, that's a good number.
Yeah, at least give you the whole
I
lot.
think it was. I think that's what we set up, but I couldn't remember if we changed
And
it.
that would make sense. I mean, that
So
would
we,
make sense.
for that very reason, so we could track what was being done.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Normally what we ask them is,
And that doesn't count the people that still chuck a quarter in.
right, no, there's no way to track that.
So that you're gonna have a little fudge there.
We also have the student parking in that central lot also. And so
That's right.
What's our number now? Do you know how many permits?
Oh, for
students? 50 some?
I think it's a little
I
bit more.
forget. I meant to bring it
It's a little
here.
bit more.
I'm sorry, it's more complicated than it should be, but parking is complicated. And we're trying to make parking work for everybody. And it's not gonna make everybody happy. It just isn't. I mean, first of all, nobody wants to pay for parking. And they don't wanna pay more for parking. But there is a cost to it. And it has to be paid in some manner. And that's all I'm trying to do is find a way to say, this is how we make it work.
I do like Councilman Schindler's idea of looking at changing the meter prices to lower the deck, but what does that look like? Like, I just need to see, you know what I mean? Like how that would map out
Raising the deck.
333 street meters.
and lowering the deck.
I'm
Right.
just
because,
curious.
I mean, I have no idea, and it sounds like there's not a great way to measure how many people are parking in the, you know, the metered spaces to help offset, to see what we could lower the garage
We
price.
can, yeah,
We just look at it.
we can bring that back. Yeah, we can bring that back.
Great, thank you.
Just not next week. I'll bring the holiday parking back. That'd be a simple vote for you. We'd have to have a discussion on it. I would say yep and then done.
I feel like in that deliberation, we're sort of glossing over the big fact that you mentioned, that on the pace we're on, we're gonna be at least $500,000 short in paying for the parking
That's the
deck
bottom
this
line.
year.
So even as is, what do we do? Do we pull out of the general fund the supplement? What do we do?
Gotta pay it
Yeah.
somewhere.
They talk about the parking, that's for that deck. We're talking about the parking fund as a whole.
As a whole.
As a
Right.
whole.
Right.
You
As a
can't look at
whole.
it as deck, you have to look at
No,
it
no.
as system.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not a surprise. We knew this going into it. That's why in the budget book for years, we said we can't afford a third parking garage until there's something that drives people, I'm sorry for the pun, that drives people into that garage. And Meredith Park was that, and it's not just, and the parking deck is not just Meredith Park. It's about all the things that are happening downtown. There is a lot of things happening downtown. I mean, between the school and the theater and things like Optograph and, you know, all that stuff is all good, but, and the
And
garage is
paper.
needed and it will get used. But, you know,
I think
and
we
people
needed
have
it.
found
It's
it
just
now
not
are
right
using
there
it,
yet.
but we need
So,
more people to use it.
just out of curiosity, recently, there was an announcement, presumably a celebratory announcement, that there were 175,000 visitors to Meritus Park between the opening on May 5th and the last day of the last game of the last stand.
Yes.
Not 175,000 unique visitors, but overall.
Yes.
And I would imagine that most people came to downtown, which is great to see people on the streets, but they drove to downtown, I would imagine. Now, I'm just going to do the math in my head. The attendance, the maximum attendance in the park is 4,000.
It's 2,800 on average, about
Plus.
950 parking spaces were needed.
950 for a full game.
On average.
And Hub City Garage is 398. So that means that 550 cars parked someplace else.
At an average of 3 people per car, yeah.
And the only thing we know is that they really didn't park much at A&E and definitely didn't go so far as to park at the University deck. So my question is, where did they park?
Some did, and I'll tell you where.
I ask people prospect.
Some, yep, Prospect and some.
Where they park.
Now, before
So
Hub
they
opened
filled
up,
up that one block, that's,
before Hub opened up, absolutely
20 cars.
A&E, because people knew it. The
Right.
locals knew it. And that's what skews those numbers again. And I admit to that, it does, because some people did park at UD, people that were out of town didn't know. Because I saw
But, I mean,
people,
but I've
but not,
looked at-
People
but I've
figured it
looked at
out,
the
though.
graphs.
Through
but
the
I
year, they
I tell
figured
you,
it out.
if you go south of this, if you go south of the park and you start at Park Circle,
Yeah.
you'll see almost every parking space
Yep.
parked up. When
On
you
the
get-
street park. you're
On the
talking
street.
park.
When you get to Summit and Baltimore, of course, you have the church. I don't know how many spaces they have in there, but it's,
Church doesn't count, St. John's doesn't count.
no.
Okay, oh,
Here's
the
a Bible
Bible
church.
church.
At Summit and Baltimore.
Yeah,
The empty lot.
Right.
Across from the gate.
yeah.
Yes, that's
I
always
think they
full.
have 12, 15.
And you go on
spaces.
down Prospect and it's full. There were some nights I would go on Washington, because I was watching this. So Washington Street sometimes would be, yeah, I know you, it would be full, sometimes not. But as you went north, Central Lot, yeah.
So you're saying that basically parked on the street, filled up the street, mostly to the south.
Yep.
Between
Oh, 100%.
Heritage Park and-
Absolutely.
and City Park.
And on South Potomac, south of Antietam.
South Potomac.
Because there's no real parking on
South-
South Potomac between the, there's 8 spaces or so.
South
But for the most
Prospect.
part, if you went from,
There's
if
some.
you're going on
Certainly
South
south of
Potomac,
Baltimore.
what's that?
Certainly south of Baltimore and South Potomac.
Yes.
A lot of people too parked in central parking too, because it was so much
Some would.
easier
Yeah.
to get out. Like I would walk with folks that would, that was
On a,
strategic in how they park so that they could get out and no traffic and that kind of thing.
if they're willing to walk a little bit, they could, because we can only push so many people out. I mean, the mayor was there the one night I was working, but I went with my staff. And when you try and push 440, or I'll say 400 cars, 398 cars out two exits, basically we figured it took 10 seconds a car, which sounds pretty quick unless you're the last car.
Yeah.
And then an hour later, right?
Yeah.
But on those nights, me personally, I would park in the Central Lot or UD or someplace like that, because after the game, I just drive right out.
Yep.
And as business develops through there, you have to grab people are, and then especially when the Market House, when Hub City Brewing opens, then people are gonna wanna park somewhere in between.
Yes.
Hopefully they go to the University Deck, because then they can leave Meredith Park, stop and have a drink at the Upgraph Building, and maybe keep going to Pretzel Pizza if these places stay open, and then go to the brewing company. And then maybe they'll utilize UD Deck more, maybe they'll utilize street parking on Franklin, the Broad Axe.
Right.
A lot of people would park on the street at Franklin because they would start at the Broad Axe and just walk the cultural trail. So people figured it
I
out.
saw a fair amount, yeah, I saw a few people doing that too.
Yeah.
And if you recall, there was a very brief conversation about building the new garage actually in the Central Lot,
Right,
for that very reason,
for that reason.
to push people to walk through and buy these businesses.
Yeah.
But it ended up where it ended
Yeah,
up.
is what it is. Yeah.
But I, as the, running the parking system, I don't encourage that because the Central Lot's free.
Right.
Doesn't generate revenue for parking.
I did a lot of parking analysis, but I do that on Sundays for churches anyway. Like, I'm just that person that walks and counts, and I know how many cars are in a specific space on Sunday, and I do a lot of talking to people, and that's been kind of cool to watch, and especially walking the decks when different events are happening, and actually all three of the decks, and seeing what's happening, and checking it out.
I've said this before, UD and AE are used very differently. They're a
Yes.
block apart, and they might as well be 2 miles apart. They just
Yes.
get used so differently.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Well. Hey, what's the direction? What are we doing?
So come back at another time and talk about parking again.
He's still calculating?
He's still running the numbers.
No, I was looking at the satellite. I mean, there's 200 spaces in 6 different parking lots around the deck or around the ballpark available. You know, just for parking lots.
And resolution come back for.
What's that?
For the parking rates, those don't fall under, ordinance.
No, we need a motion, but they don't fall
Need a
under
motion.
ordinance.
You want us to bring back a motion to raise the street parking to $2 and, or that.
Yeah, I'd like to see what that looks like, because obviously if we're
Yeah.
gonna rate, I don't wanna just raise rates
Right.
more without being able to drop
Right,
something.
right. We're being asked to lower rates, with all due respect, and we walk in raising rates. I think
Right,
somebody's gonna lose their mind. on
Right,
that,
right.
so.
right.
And I'd like to
Okay.
talk to our CFO a little bit too before we,
And then drop it.
she might lose her mind too after this conversation.
See
I'm
how
not
that
sure.
works. All right.
So, it's complicated, it's just, we have so many data on the garages because it collects it for us.
Right.
On the streets and its lots, it's more of an observation and gut feeling a little bit on that, because, and trying to use established practices and that sort of thing.
When I park in Ocean City in one of their lots and use the app and the whole thing.
Yeah.
You have to identify your parking spot by a parking spot number.
Yep.
Is that what we do?
No, use your license.
Your license and then the nearest.
And so the
parking
enforcement
zone.
officer comes up and they looks at your license and see if you paid or not.
So
That's
it
why you
doesn't matter where you park.
Nope.
As long as it's in the area of that parking lot number.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
And that's how we identify it. So you can walk by a number of cars and it looks like there's no meters being paid, but they are online. The last time I checked, and it's been a while, and this may be more than this, but I think we had like a 30% adoption rate of using pay by phone over. And the more you raise the rates, the more people will use this
Yeah,
instead
right.
of coins.
Right.
Because it's not gonna
Put it
stand
on
there
a card.
and put in,
Right.
you know,
feed-
8
feed-
coin.
Yeah, 10 quarters in. right?
But we still have, and I know Michelle would like me to get away from all the coinage, and I would too, but we're just not there yet.
No.
A lot of people in this town still pull up and put money in, and they don't pay for the full hour, they pay for,
Right.
50 cents worth and do their business and move on.
We good?
Good?
Yeah, we're good.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Sorry, Eric, thanks.
Sure.
City administrator.
So, just one thing, I appreciate being able to go to the International City County Manager Association Conference last week. I will say that we hit 12 workshops, and I rarely hit that many, but hit 12 workshops. Most of them were on affordable housing and homelessness. I will tell you that after hearing these folks up here today and listening to all but one, of course, last week, of the folks, that the biggest issues that we all share are the lack of housing, lack of affordable housing, the lack of housing period, and the inability to have a 24/7 shelter with wraparound services. There were several case studies, mostly out of Oregon and Wisconsin, where wraparound services with 24/7 shelters made significant impacts on the homeless situation, and especially those in the vagrancies related to addiction and mental health. But the other thing I will also tell you is that every one of those had a city-county partnership to build. The county would buy the land, the city would build the shelter, a third party would manage it. And that model worked for all of the places that I listened to that were panelists. And there is no true solution. I don't care what anybody says or advocates, there is no true solution to eradicate homeless, to eradicate addiction, to eradicate vagrancy. But that model of a partnership, city, county, nonprofit, to establish 24/7 shelters and that include wraparound services works. And I would hope at some point we're able to have that conversation with that group. But everything else was awesome. Police, I can sit here and tell you that I talked to maybe at least a handful of police chiefs that were there that did panel discussions, and it's all the same thing: retention, recruitment. And we're all struggling with it, and we're all trying to find solutions. So that's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Councilmember Brady. Councilwoman Burnett.
No comments.
Councilmember Alshon.
No comments.
What? Councilman Schindler.
Nothing for me this evening.
Oh, I have comments. First of all, thank you for all that you do, and going to another conference, which I know, can be, you can have your fun
D-word
times, but right, and yeah, it's probably a lot of conflict, huh? Yeah. But thank you for the work you do in the way that you represent us as our city administrator. And I want to say, we missed you last week. It was really weird not to have anyone in your seat. Last week, I made some comments that I started on 100, and you never are supposed to start on 100 because there's nowhere to go. And so I did start on 100. I'm not apologizing for it. I just want everyone to be mindful that offense is personal, and I'm not unapproachable at all. If you're offended by how I spoke or how I said things, then we can always have a conversation about why. I'm pretty consistent in my communication, whether it's within church, whether it's in community, whether it's court, or whether it's at this table. Once I've reached a limit of something, then I get extremely passionate. And again, same thing. It comes out that way, but I'm not unapproachable, nor am I someone that is personally taking a jab at anyone. I'm just making general comments that I feel like sometimes we get in our own boxes and we only want to advocate for the people that we speak to. And we forget that all of us have different communities and different folks that, in different ways that we work, whether it's staff or whether it's the elected body and people that we speak to too. And I always want to make sure that everyone has some type of representation at the table. I want to say thank you to HPD and Hagerstown Fire Department. I just really feel like the morale is very important. And I just want to say thank you and know that you're appreciated, and know that in the midst of all things, which sometimes feels like hell breaking loose, that I see you and my grandkids and other kids see you and appreciate the work that's being done. One of my grandkids said, I seen a captain and tell him good job. He was at work. And so again, I just think that it's important that for city morale, for the city staff and the morale to be, where we need it to be so that folks are not, unhappily doing their jobs because they have to, but folks are doing what they're called to do. And the call of public service is a real thing. And so thank you, each and every one of you, for answering the call. I want to say this Saturday is Run for Reentry. The Honorable Delegate Dr. Charkoudian, Lord Charkoudian, who I'm trained by for mediation, she actually runs from the prison at RCI, Roxbury Road, to Baltimore. And she does that as a fundraiser to raise money for reentry. And one of the conversations that we had at the table was about, people that are returning citizens. I'm going to tell you that this specific delegate, who also oversees community mediation, also oversees and did all of the data collection on how, providing these services actually save money. She actually runs to put her money where her feet, where her mouth is. And she raised money to make sure that folks that are being held within our city or within our county, I should say, that they have access to the same services. So if a family member can't get from Baltimore to Washington County to have these conversations to help this man make a decision or how his life's gonna be when he returns back to whether it's Baltimore City or Salisbury, wherever it is across the state, she raises money to make sure that they can get here and it's paid. And that's one of the things that community mediation does. And I think the run is actually a 2-day run. She will start at 7:30 in the morning. If you have time on Saturday morning, come out there. It's a great, we rally her on. We're not doing the hard work. We're not running. By the time I get the lunch, she's just making it to Frederick, where they also rally and receive her. And then the next day she finishes out. She usually runs about 40 in one day until the sun goes down. That's the only reason why she stops, because it's dark on 40. But then she picks right back up on Sunday. So again, if you got the opportunity to come out, Saturday morning at 7:30 a.m., we'll be right at Roxbury. It is a great, about 10 minutes, a 10-minute rally, just to build up her morale as this delegate takes off running, literally. And yeah, I think it was a great conversation today. Thank you again for all the partners and you guys we sat through. We made it. It's five hours. So thank you for all you guys do as well. All right, and with that, we're adjourned.